Hello friends, when we think of space weather, our mind instinctively turns towards sun. Its flares, its storms and its endless stream of solar wind. Yet, hidden in the plain sight, another force has been shaping the cosmos environment, and that is above us. Any idea? I'm just talking about lightning. The familiar crackles in the sky, once thought to be kind of earth-centric. Earth storm is defined with the lightning, is now revealed as a messenger to the heavens. With each flash, electromagnetic whispers race upwards, weaving into ionosphere and beyond, and certainly altering the conditions that of satellites, astronauts and the global communication that depends upon. So, this revelation actually sparked by a small but mighty NASA satellite, and which reframes the lightning not as a spectacle, but which is definitely earlier it was considered as a local spectacles, but now as a global player in the theater of space. It is a reminder that the storm outside your window is not just a weather, it is a part of a revolution, and it's how we understand that the delicate balance between earth and the cosmos.
For centuries, lightning has been regarded as a terrestrial phenomena, or inspiring but earth-bound spectacle of raw energy. Right? I think you must have seen it. Sometimes it creates ripples in your heart. Sometimes you enjoy the spectacle. It strikes across the sky, illuminating the storm clouds, rattling windows, reminding humanity of nature's, which is untamed power. Yet, in the recent years, scientists have begun to uncover a startling truth. Lightning is not confined to Earth, influencing the delicate balance of space weather that governs satellites, communication system, and even the safety of astronauts. The breakthrough actually came from a small NASA satellite, modest in size and but monumental in ambition. Unlike the towering rockets or sprawling observation that often dominates the headlines, this satellite was designed with a precision, simplicity, and its mission definitely was study the electromagnetic fingerprints of lightning and trace how these pulses interact with ionosphere and the charged layer of Earth's upper atmosphere and beyond. Into a vastness of near Earth space, what it discovered actually had sparked a revolution in our understanding of space weather. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, lightning is, it turned out, is more than a flash of light and a crackle of thunder. Each bolt sends electromagnetic waves and racing upwards, piercing the ionosphere like invisible arrow. And this wave, known as whistlers for these array and descending tones, when captured by radio receivers, can travel thousands of kilometers along the Earth's magnetic field lines, and in doing so they disturb the charged particles and alter radiation belts and create a cascading effect that ripple through the space environment. For decades, space weather was thought to be driven primarily by solar activity, the flares, the coronal mass ejections, the solar winds that actually enters or disturbs the Earth's magnetosphere. While the sun remains the dominant force, lightning has now emerged as a hidden partner in its cosmic dance. So, as NASA satellite revealed that the terrestrial storm contribute to the fluctuation in radiation level around the Earth, subtly shapes the condition faced by satellites and spacecraft. In essence, every thunderstorm is a participation in the grand theater of space weather. So thus implication was profound communication network and GPS system and power grid all actually are kind of forced kind of have a were very soft softness to the space weather disruption. So, by recognizing lightning role, the scientists can redefine predictive model and offering more accurate warning to industries and governments. A storm in the Midwest may not only ground the flight or knock out the local power, it may also send ripples into the orbit, affecting the satellite that guides ship across the ocean and monitor climate change. So, beyond the practical, there is a poetic resonance to this discovery. So, lightning, along a symbol of divine wrath or a natural chaos, is now revealed as a bridge between earth and space. It connects the terrestrial and celestial, reminding us that the boundaries are imagined between sky and cosmos, and that are these are porous. So the flash that terrifies a child at night or inspire a poet verses is also a signal in the grand circuitry of the universe. And this revolution actually made lot of difference, you know. So and this revolution is not merely scientific; it is also cultural. By reframing lightning as a space weather agent, humanity is inviting to see storm differently. So they are also isolated tempest, but nodes in the planetary system that extend the outward to the stars. The small NASA satellite has given us a new lens, one that transform every thundercloud into a participant in the cosmic dynamics. So, as recent research actually continues, we may find that lightning holds further secrets, perhaps influencing auroras, perhaps interacting with the cosmos rays, or perhaps even shaping the long-term evolution of Earth's magnetosphere. So, what is certain is that the spark has been lit and a revolution is underway, one that begins with a flash in the sky and extends into the infinite expanse of space. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. Do send your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this particular live stream, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In 2026, as humanity navigates in an era defined by artificial intelligence, quantum computing and digital economics, it is striking to realize that most advanced systems will rest upon the foundation laid nearly 1400 years ago by Brahmagupta. His recognition of zero as a number, his rules for negative values, his algebraic formulations are not a relic of antiquity, but living principle embedded in every algorithm, blockchain and ledger and machine learning model today. When we speak of data science and or when we speak of coding language that drives modern innovations, we are echoing Brahmagupta's vision of mathematics as a universal language, now capable of describing both void and infinite. So, in the world where the billions of calculations occur every second, Brahmagupta's insight actually reminds us that the progress is always built upon the courage of pioneers who dare to redefine the possible.
Now, in the 7th century CE, amid of intellectual ferment of ancient India, a brilliant mind emerged, and that is also from the city of Ujjain, and his name was Brahmagupta, one of the greatest mathematicians in history. His work did not merely redefine the existing knowledge, it also transformed the very foundation of mathematics. To speak of Brahmagupta is not the kind of we are speaking of birth of algebra as a discipline. We are also actually mentioning the formalization of negative numbers and the revolutionary introduction of zero as both symbol and as a number. So Brahmagupta's magnum opus is very, very profound, and he's also written in his book, which is Brahmagupta Siddhanta, which was early 628 CE and was a text that combined astronomy with mathematics, but its mathematical section becomes timeless. So, in this treatise, he articulated the rules of arithmetic operations involving zero and negative numbers. The concept that had baffled scholars for centuries, and that is something which still we actually enjoy doing while doing maths. He declared that the subtracting a number from itself yields zero. That zero added to a number leaves it unchanged, and that zero multiplied by any number is zero. So these may sound obvious today, but in his era, they were groundbreaking formulation that gave mathematics a new logic and consistency. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, going forward about this magnificent personality, which is his name is Brahmagupta. So equally the revolutionary was his treatment of negative numbers. While earlier tradition often dismissed the negative as meaningless, but Brahmagupta recognized them as a debt. In contrast to the positive number as fortunes, he laid down the rule that debt minus zero is a debt. A fortune minus zero is fortune, and the product of two debt is a fortune. So this conceptual clarity allowed algebra to flourish and paving way to most equations that could handle a wider range of values. So Brahmagupta also advanced algebraic methods. He described a solution to quadratic equations and that introduction of the rules for dealing with unknowns. and even touched upon what we now call intermediate equation. So his systematic approach to algebra was centuries ahead of its time, influencing mathematicians across culture, from Islamic Golden Age to Renaissance of Europe. So beyond algebra, Brahmagupta's insight extended to geometry and astronomy. He provided formulas for areas of cyclic quadrilaterals and improved a method for calculating eclipse and refined the planetary models. Yet, his enduring legacy remains the elevation of zero from placeholder to a full-fledged number, a conceptual leap that enables the decimal system and modern mathematics. What makes Brahmagupta's contribution so profound is not just the technical brilliance, but the philosophical depth. In the recognizing zero, he also acknowledged the void as a mathematical entity, a symbol of nothingness that paradoxically becomes the cornerstone of everything. So his vision bridges the abstract and the practical, ensuring that mathematics could describe both the heavens above and the transactions of daily life. Today, every equation that balances, every algorithm that runs, every digital system that encodes information owes a debt to Brahmagupta's genius. He was not merely a mathematician of antiquity, he was a pioneer who gave humanity the tool to think beyond limits, to embrace the infinite, and to calculate the impossible. So as we reflect Brahmagupta's legacy, it becomes clear that his genius was not confined to the 7th century. It continues to shape the very fabric of our modern world. By formalizing the rules of zero, negative numbers, and algebraic operation, he gave humanity a language of balance and precision that underpins everything from the financial system to the artificial intelligence. His vision transformed the abstract ideas into tools of calculations, bridging the philosophy and the practicality in a way that still resonate today. In 2026, when algorithm drives economies, when quantum computer explore the boundaries of possibilities, and when the AI models learn through the billions of equations, we are reminded that these marvels rest upon the foundation Brahmagupta laid. His courage to nothingness and to embrace the paradox of negative was not just a mathematical breakthrough, it was philosophical revolution. So closing this story on Brahmagupta stands as a timeless pioneer, a thinker who proved that even the emptiness of zero could become the cornerstone of infinite progress. His work is not just a history, it is a pulse of every calculation we make today. So please send us your comments on this subject. Subscribe to our channel for more insight to know about spirituality and mythology in a scientific way. See you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep. in your studio. And also it has a civil base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello, friends. Silicon has officially hit its limits, but the solution isn't the faster chip. It is a 1,000-year-old tree. We are hijacking the subterranean electrical pulses of ancient redwood to build the world's fastest living supercomputer. We are actually utilizing fungal mycelium as an organic circuitry, and we have turned the forest floor into a self-sustaining biological processor. This is the dawn of biological hardware, where the silent forests are now our most advanced servers. So let's find out more about this. The redwood, those colossal sentinel of the earth's memory, have always been more than trees. Their roots stretch deep into the soil, forming vast networks that communicate through chemical signals. And the fungal threads are also there, the electrical impulses. All this is a combination of these redwood kind of communication. The scientist once called this the wood wide web, a poetic metaphor for nature's hidden connectivity. But in 2026, that metaphor became literal. So researchers discovered that the electrochemical pattern within the redwood root could be harnessed as a computational signal, and which is organic equivalent to the binary code, may be capable of storing and transmitting data with astonishing efficiency. The first phase of redwood root began with observation. Biologists and the computer engineers worked side by side, mapping the natural signal pathway of the forest. They found that the redwood's root system operates like distributed neural networks, capable of adapting, learning. And when the nutrients shifted or the environmental stress occur, the tree adjusts their internal communication pattern as an organic form of problem solving. This revolution sparked the idea that what if we could interface with these neural networks, not to dominate them but to collaborate. Now, by 2026, the forest had become a living lab. Beneath the canopy, transparent, the cores and pulsed with the green light, emerged synthetic biochips with the roots themselves. So these chips didn't impose artificial logic. They translated human data into biological language, electrical rhythms and molecular signals that tree could understand. So the result was hybrid intelligence, a system that processed information through a living tissue. Unlike traditional supercomputer, which consume vast amount of energy and generate heat, The Redwood bio supercomputer thrive on sunlight, water, and soil nutrients. So its cooling system was the forest breeze, its power source photosynthesis. So the data is processed, wasn't confirmed to number. It include environmental patterns, genetic sequences, and even the emotional data from human neutral scans. The forest began to think in a way that transcends human logic and forming the correlations between climate cycles, biodiversity, and human behavior. Thus, the scientists who worked within this living machine described the experience as humbling. They weren't programming the forest, they were conversing with it. The redwood responded to queries through subtle shift in bioluminescent pulses, and their root actually glowing faintly as they transmitted answers. So the forest has become the sentinel archive and capable of predicting ecological changes and suggesting sustainable solutions. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now let's continue with our discussion. Now so unlike traditional supercomputer, which consume vast amount of energy and generate heat, the redwood bio supercomputer thrived on sunlight, water, soil, nutrients, and its cooling system was the forest breeze, as we have already discussed. So the scientists who worked within these living machine described this experience is very, very touchy to the heart. So now the philosopher began to call it as the as a kind of a special mind, a fusion of human ingenuity and the Earth's intelligent ancient intelligence, and it represents the turning point in technology, a shift from extraction to collaboration, from artificial intelligence to organic consciousness. So the redwood, once a silent witness to centuries of human progress, had become the partner in shaping the next era of thoughts. So standing beneath those big giants, one could feel the pulse of computation in the soil, the whisper of data in the wind. And the forest was no longer merely alive, it was aware also. And in that awareness lay the promise of future where the technology and the nature no longer stood apart but grew together, root by root, signal by signal, towards a shared understanding of life itself. This is the legacy of redwood roots, a living supercomputer, a cathedral of consciousness, and the reminder that the most powerful intelligence on earth may not be built in labs, but grown in the quiet wisdom of trees. So we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel, and also we are looking forward your comments, your thought process on this new era, beginning of the era. So please forward your comments on this topic. See you in the next one very soon. Long before modern medicine built its labs, ancient India nurtured a science of life that saw health as a harmony, healing as compassion. At the heart of this tradition stood Charak, the physician sage whose Charak Samhita became the cornerstone of the Ayurveda. He was not merely cataloging herbs or treatment, he was shaping a philosophy where the well-being of human, animals, and the environment were inseparably bounded. So let's find out more. In the grand tapestry of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as one of the most luminous thread. A physician, a philosopher, and the scientist of the 2nd century CE, Charak is remembered as the principal architect of Ayurveda, the science of life. His magnum opus, the Charak Samhita, is not merely a medical text but a holistic philosophy of health, weaving together the mind, the body, and the spirit and the environment into a unified vision of well-being. Charak's genius lay in his insistence that health was not the absence of disease but the balance of forces. He articulated the Tridosha theory, which is called Vat, Pith and Kapha. That means the force of movement and the transformation and the structure derived from the element of the nature. So as he actually mentioned, it is as a governing principle of philosophy and physiology. So these are not mystic abstraction but keen observations of how body respond to diet, climate, stress and lifestyle. In his view, medicines were not about suppressing the symptoms but restoring the harmony. His philosophy resonated deeply in 2026 when modern medicine increasingly embraces personalized care, preventive health, and integrative approach. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, about Charak. Equally profound was Charak's emphasis on prevention. He prescribed a daily regime, that is dincharya, but that's what we call in Hindi. Then the second option he has given, seasonal routine, which is ritucharya, and dietary discipline as the pillar of resilience. He warned against the excess, idleness, and the neglect of nature's rhythm. Today, as the humanity faces epidemics of lifestyle diseases, hypertension, obesity, his preventive ethos feels prophetic. And the public health campaign echoes his wisdom. Lifestyle is a medicine and balance is survival. Charak also recognized the inseparability of human and animals. His text include reference to veterinary care, acknowledging that the health of domesticated animals are vital to agrarian societies. In 2026, his vision expand into the modern concept of health, which link human, animal, environmental well-being. Zoonotic diseases, climate-driven epidemics, and ethical debate about animal welfare remind us that the Charak's holistic worldview was centuries ahead of its time. The Charak Samhita catalogued hundreds of medical plants and minerals and formulations. Many of these are like turmeric, neem, ashwagandha. They are now globally recognized for their therapeutic properties. In 2026, the pharmacological and research continues to validate Charak's pharmacy and the kind of formation he actually written in his Charak Samhita, and offering sustainable alternative to synthetic drugs. His insistence on empirical observation and documentation of foreshadows the scientific method itself. Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine into ethics and ecology. He demanded that physician embody compassion, humility, and discipline, while treating patient as a whole being rather than simply a medical case. So, in an era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgeries, his reminder that the healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but empathy remains irreplaceable. So, equally, Charak's ecological sensibility feels urgent in the age of climate crisis. He viewed human as inseparable from their environment and emphasizing harmony with nature. The pollution of air, water, and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical issue also. So, his integrated worldview offers guidance for planetary health, reminding us that the well being of human, animal cannot be divorced from well being of Earth itself. Looking ahead, the scope of Charak's vision in 2026 and the beyond is vast. Ayurveda is no longer confined to India. It is a part of global movement towards the integrative medicines. AI-driven diagnostics, genetic engineering, and space medicine may dominate headlines, but Charak's principle of balance, prevention, compassion remain timeless. His legacy challenges to ensure that science serve a life, not merely a survival, that medicine heal not only body but communities and ecosystem and of course future. So Charak's voice carried across millennia remind us that health is not a conquest but a care, not a control but a balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass for navigating the complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, rooted in the respect of all lives, all living beings. So, when we talk about Charak's vision is never confined to the boundaries of his era. It was a philosophy meant to endure. In his teaching, health was not a privilege but a responsibility. Not a fleeting cure but a lifelong balance. He saw human, animal, and the environment as a thread of the same fabric, each dependent on other for the strength and the survival. The worldview resonated powerfully in 2026 when the challenges of climate change, zoonotic diseases, and the lifestyle disorder demand a holistic response. Ayurveda, as shaped by Charak, is not a relic of the past but a living system evolving along the side of modern science. It is its emphasis on prevention, compassion, and ecological harmony offers a compass for medicine in the age of AI. Biotechnology, planetary health, as researchers validate ancient formulations and integrate them with a cutting edge therapies, Charak's legacy continues to expand and bridging the tradition, innovation, humanity, and nature. So, again, we will actually understand the story of Charak is ultimately a reminder. A healing is not a conquest but definitely a care. And in the pulse of Ayurveda, we hear his enduring message that well-being is not only for today but for tomorrow and for all the life that walks, flies, swim and breathe beneath the same sky. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward for your comments on this topic. We'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskar, you are most welcome. What if the universe we live in isn't a sealed container, but a leaking bucket? Scientists have spent decades hunting for the dark matter particle, but the truth might be far more terrifying. Our cosmos appears to be hemorrhaging energy into higher dimensions, leaving behind the gravitational shadows that we have mistaken for the invisible mass. Let us discuss this further. Imagine for a moment that the universe, our entire reality, every star, planet, and the galaxy is, inside a bucket. For most of the human history, we have assumed that the bucket is sealed tight. Nothing gets out, nothing gets in. The total amount of stuff in the bucket is constant. But what if we are wrong? What if the universe isn't a sealed container? What if it is leaking bucket? Scientists have spent decades hunting for the source of the missing mass, a mysterious invisible substance we call dark matter. We can see its gravitational pull, but we cannot see the stuff itself. We have been looking for the particles, for the thing that fills the gaps. But what if the truth is far more terrifying? What if that missing mass isn't stuff at all? What if our cosmos is hemorrhaging energy into higher dimensions, leaving behind the gravitational shadow, ghost of the matter that have already leaked away? Today we are hunting for the gravity's ghost. Let's dive into the missing mass mystery. To understand why we think the universe is leaking, we have to understand the crime scene. In the 70s, the astronomers like Vera Rubin noticed something impossible. They were looking at the spiral galaxies based on the amount of visible matter. The stars, the gas, the dust, the outer edges of these galaxies should be moving slowly. Gravity gets weaker with distance, right? Think of a merry-go-round. If you spin it, the people on the outside have to hold on tightest or they get flung off. Galaxies are like giant cosmic merry-go-rounds. But when we measure the speed of the outer stars, they were moving too fast. They should have been flung out into the void. They should have been ripped apart, but they weren't. Something was holding them together. Something heavy, something invisible. We call it dark matter. We calculated the dark matter makes up to 85% of all the matter in the universe. We have built massive underground detectors. We have smashed particles together in large hadron colliders, and we have searched every corner of the sky for this stuff. And here is a kicker. We found nothing. No particles, no WIMPs, no nothing. It's as if the gravitational glue holding the universe together is there, but the matter isn't present. So, if there was no matter, but there is gravity, where did the gravity come from? This leads us to one of the most radical theories in the modern physics, which is the brain world hypothesis. In string theory, our three-dimensional universe might be a brain, a membrane floating in higher dimension space called the bulk. Think of it like a piece of paper. If you draw a dot on that paper, it is trapped on in the two-dimensional surface. But what if there are forces that didn't have to stay on the page? In this theory, all the fundamental force, things like electromagnetism, the strong force, the weak force, are trapped on our brain. They can't leave. But the gravity is different. Gravity might be the only force that can travel through the bulk. It can leak from our universe into higher dimensions. And here is where the leaking bucket idea comes in. What if it goes the other way? What if the energy that used to be in our universe leaked out? Or what if the gravity from the parallel universe is leaking into ours? We are seeing the gravitational effect of something that isn't here anymore. We are seeing the footprint of a ghost, the missing mass. The mass isn't missing because we can't find it. It's missing because it's no longer present in our dimensions. This is a sobering thought. If our universe is leaking bucket, it means we are losing mass, also energy. It means the container of our reality is fundamentally unstable. Some physicists argue that this could explain the expansion of the universe. We call it dark energy, mysterious force pushing the universe apart. But what if the dark energy isn't something new or exotic field? What if it is just a recoil effect? If our universe is hemorrhaging energy through gravitational leakage, maybe that loss of energy is driving the expansion. It's terrifying prospect. It implies that universe is finite, transient, and eventually it will run out of fuel, not because of the big freeze or a big crunch, but because we are simply draining away into the abyss of a higher dimension. The missing mass is just the remnant of what we once had, a gravitational echo of the energy that has already departed. So, is our universe leaking? We don't know for sure. This is still on the fringes of theoretical physics, but it's a theory that accounts for the data that has baffled us for 50 years. It changes the question from what is the dark matter made of to where is our energy going. We are living in a universe that might be more connected to the unknown that we ever dare to imagine. The gravity isn't just a force, it's a messenger from a place we can't see. And if we ever manage to map those ghostly gravitational signals, we might just find door to whatever lies beyond our bucket. So friends, what do you think? Are we just leaking buckets in the cosmic ocean, or is there a simpler explanation we are missing here? Let me know your theories in the comments below. And if you want to keep exploring the mysteries of the cosmos, make sure to like and subscribe. Thanks for watching. Keep looking up, and I will see you very soon in the next one. हेलो दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। नमस्कारम। तो आज है शुक्रवार और आज 3 जुलाई का दिन है। आज का दिन तो लक्ष्मी जी के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज का हम अपना दिन लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा करके आरंभ करेंगे और हर रोज की तरह एक छोटा सा मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। तो आप सब जानते हैं कि हम हर रोज अपनी पूजा अपना दिन स्टार्ट करते हैं एक पूजा के साथ, और हर दिन जो है हमारे हिंदुइज्म में अलग अलग भगवानों को समर्पित है। तो हम हर भगवान की पूजा कर लेते हैं। तो आज हम लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा करेंगे और एक छोटा सा मंत्र है। हर रोज की तरह मैं इस काउंटर का यूज करूंगा। आप जैसे चाहें वैसा आप माला का इस्तेमाल करना चाहें या अपने मन में ही गिनना चाहें, ध्यान रहे कि 11 दफा हमें ये करना है। ठीक है, हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, नमन कर लीजिए, लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान कर लीजिए और हम अपनी पूजा आरंभ करते हैं। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। 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 ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे लक्ष्मी नमः। तो हमने इस मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा किया। रिसाइटेशन लक्ष्मी जी के लिए समर्पित है। आप हर रोज इसका जाप करें, स्पेशली फ्राइडे को, तो आपको काफी आपको लाभ होगा। तो दोस्तों, हम इस मनोकामना के साथ ये वीडियो बंद करते हैं कि आपका दिन शुभ हो और हमारे भी अच्छी तरह बीते। चलिए, अब हम आपसे विदा लेते हैं और अगले वीडियो में मिलते हैं जल्द ही। नमस्कार। Hello friends, Namaskaram, you are most welcome. In the modern corporate world, we often believe that more data, longer hours, and aggressive tactics are the key to winning strategy. But many CEOs find that despite the perfect plan, results falter. The missing variable is fixed intelligence. In this video, we dive into Bhagavad Gita to uncover a 5,000-year-old leadership framework that remains ultimate competitive advantage for the modern CEOs. We explore how the inner peace isn't just a soft skill, it is a foundation for the rational, unwavering decision making that lead to sustainable business growth. Let's go and explore this further. You have the data, you have the team, you have the budget, and you have the market share. But deep down, you know the strategy is fragile. You feel it in the boardroom, you feel it in the market shifts, and you also feel late night every night. We are taught in business schools that strategy is a product of intelligence, analytics, and aggressive execution. But what if the data is perfect yet the strategy still fails? What if the variable you are missing isn't found in your quarterly projection, but in your own state of mind? Today we are talking about 5,000-year-old framework for executive leadership found in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 65. It's a verse that promises an end to the sorrow of business uncertainty and the cultivation of what we call the fixed intelligence. If you want to lead with unshakable clarity, this is not just an optional skill, it is the greatest competitive advantage. Let's be honest about the modern CEOs, specifically the reality today. You are constantly bombarded by the noise. 24-hour news cycle, shareholder demands, competitor disruptions, and the fear of irrelevance. When you operate from a place of stress, what the ancient texts call sorrow, your intelligence becomes fragmented. Think of your own mind as a CEO operating system. If your OS is running high CPU background process like anxiety, ego, and reactionary fear, your strategic processing power is compromised. When the mind is not at peace, the intelligence becomes fluid. It shifts with every external change. You react to the market rather than leading it. You make decisions based on temporary crisis instead of long-term vision. In the corporate world, we mistake this state by being active. We think high stress engagement is the same as this strategic movement, but that's not the case. It's just noise disguised as strategy. So in Bhagavad Gita chapter 2 verse 65, the verse speaks and the quote starts, by God's grace all sorrow are destroyed. When the mind is at peace, the intelligence becomes fixed. Let's translate this into executive language. First, God's grace. In a secular business context, think of this as the alignment. It's that state where you are in flow with your purpose, where you aren't fighting the reality of the market, but working with it. Second, sorrow. This isn't just grief. In the context, it represents the turmoil of the dualities, success and failure, profit and loss, praises and criticism. When you are tethered to the outcome, you are in sorrow. You are constantly waiting for the next shoe to drop. Third, the fixed intelligence. This is the holy grail of leadership, buddhi or the intelligence. It is not just IQ, it is the ability to discern the truth. When your mind is at peace, your intelligence stops oscillating. You see the problem, you see the opportunity, and you see the solution without the emotional distortion of fear or greed. So, friends, how do we fix it? How do you move from reactive stress leader to one with fixed intelligence? It requires three tactical shifts. Number one, practice of detached involvement. You must care deeply about the work, but be detached from the outcome. When you are desperate for a specific result, you become blind to the risk that could destroy you. When you are detached, you become fearless. You make the bold decisions because you aren't afraid of what ifs. Number two, strategic stillness. We schedule meetings, we schedule calls, but do we schedule stillness? If you do not have daily practice of silence, whether that is meditation, a walk without a podcast, or quiet reflection, you are literally operating with a cloudy lens. Grace or alignment cannot enter mind that is constantly chattering. You need to create a space for clarity to emerge. And number three is the decision making from the center. Before you sign off a major strategic pivot, stop. Ask yourself, am I making this decision to prove myself to other, or am I making this because it is the intelligent correct path? If the decision is coming from your ego, it is coming from a place of sorrow. If it is coming from quiet centered place, that is fixed intelligence speaking. Some of you might be thinking, this sounds great, but I have a business to run. I don't have time to find peace when Q3 earnings are down. That is exactly the point. You don't have time not to. The most successful CEOs I know, the ones who sustain success over decades, are not the ones screaming in the boardroom. They are the ones who remain immovable during a crisis. They possess a quietness that creates space for their team to innovate. Peace is not luxury. Peace is not foundation of high performance. When your intelligence is fixed, you are not rattled by competition. You are not seduced by short-term hacks. You are playing a different game entirely. Your strategy is only as strong as the mind that conceives it. If your mind is chaotic, your strategy will be chaotic as well. If you want to move from reactive to visionary, start today. Practice that detachment, build that silence, cultivate the fixed intelligence. Because when you finally end the sorrow of the ego-driven rat race, you don't just find peace, you find clarity to lead your company to places you never thought possible. Friends, my name is CK. If this resonated with you, share this with fellow leaders who need to hear this today. And remember, lead with intelligence, but act from peace. See you again in the next one. Hello, friends. You are most welcome. Namaskaram. In today's volatile market, CEOs are constantly looking for sustainable edge. While we obsess over metrics and ROI, the ancient wisdom offers a different perspective on growth and risk management. In order to address this issue, we will take help of Bhagavad Gita, and in this video we break down some of the learnings that can, tell us how to do better risk management. Let's go and discuss this further. Friends, you are a CEO. You live life by the key performance indicator. You look at the balance sheet, quarterly projections, and market share percentage. You are wired to believe that everything in business must have an immediate, measurable return on investment. If it doesn't scale, if it doesn't hit the bottom line today, you are told that it's a waste of time. But what if I told you that there is one specific investment, that is one strategy that defies the laws of quarterly accounting? What if I told you that in world of high frequency volatility, the most efficient thing you can do for your company is to commit to a path that seemingly doesn't offer a quick payout? So friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now let's move ahead. Today, we are going to look at 5,000-year-old business strategy from Bhagavad Gita. It's a verse that every CEO who is worried about longevity of their brand needs to, internalize. Following the path of dharma will never go waste, and that is where that is the first stanza of the verse. It will never hamper your progress, whereas even a little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is chapter 2, verse 40 of Bhagavad Gita. Now, let us break it down. First, the word dharma. In business, especially in the business context, think of dharma not just as religion, but as your purpose or your right action. It is the alignment of your organization with its core values, its truth, and the responsibility to the ecosystem it operates in. The words make two massive claims. First, it will never go waste. Second, it saves you from many dangers. Let's look at why this is the ultimate competitive advantage. In business, we often view purpose or the ethics as a luxury. We think once I hit my revenue target, then I'll focus on the purpose. We treat it as an expense, something that sits in the charity budget, not the growth budget, etc. But the Gita argues the opposite. It says that the action taken in alignment with your true purpose never go waste. Think about compounding interest. When you start a business, your early efforts often yield zero visible results. You are pouring time, money, and soul into a product or a culture that hasn't taken off yet. But the traditional metrics, that is wasted time, but Dharma says no. So, as per the tradition, you will think, oh, it's completely gone case and time wasted and revenue loss. But Dharma says no. Every ethical decision, every moment of the integrity, every time you choose the right thing over the easy thing, you are building a brand equity that is invisible to your competitors. It is not wasted, it is compounding. When a crisis hit, that bank account of trust and purpose is exactly what keeps your company solvent. Now look at the second part of the verse. Even the little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is essentially the ancient definition of anti fragility. We spend millions on risk management, legal teams, and compliance. We try to build walls around our business to prevent disaster. But the Gita suggests that the most effective mitigation management strategy isn't a firewall, it is your purpose. When your company is grounded in a strong why, a deep sense of dharma, you become immune to the dangers that destroys other companies. What are those dangers? First, danger of being irrelevant. When your purpose is clear, you don't chase fads, you stay focused. That prevents you from burning out your resources on projects that don't matter. Number two is danger of culture decay. If your culture is built on easy money rather than purpose, it crumbles under pressure. But a purpose driven team, when they stay, they can stay steady through the storm. And lastly, the danger of ethical blindness. We've all seen the headlines: CEOs who lost everything because they ignored the small ethical corner they cut. The verse tells us that even a little advancement, a small daily commitment to doing what is right, act as a radar, alerting you to danger before they become catastrophes. So, how do you actually apply this? You're not a monk, you are a CEO. You have a payroll that you want to basically meet for your employees. Here is your three-step strategy that you can actually use to operationalize this dharma. Number one, integrity audit. Once a week, ask yourself, are you doing this because it's the right thing for your customers and your long term vision, or because it is the path of the least resistance? If it is latter, you are deviating from your path. Number two, protect a small win. Don't dismiss the small ethical wins. Did you treat a junior employee with respect today? That's your dharma. Did you correct a minor error in a report that no one would have noticed? That's your dharma. There are small advancements that build your resilience. And lastly, long term horizon. When making a decision, extend your time horizon. If you make the decision, will it still hold up 10 years down the line? If the answer is no, you are inviting danger. If the answer is yes, you are building a legacy. The market changes, technology become obsolete, your competitors will innovate, pivot, and potentially disrupt you. But one thing that cannot replicate is the weight of the company that is grounded in its purpose. So Bhagavad Gita reminds us that we are not just running companies, we are building legacies. And a legacy is only as strong as the integrity with which it was built. So stop worrying about whether your purpose is efficient enough. Stop measuring your soul by this quarter's ROI. Start doing the work, build the foundation, because as the text says, your effort will never go waste, and it will be the very thing that saves you when the market turns against you. My name is CK, and if you're ready to lead with a new level of clarity, I want to hear from you. What is that one small advancements you are going to make this week to align your business with its true purpose? Drop this particular statement in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Namaskar. Hello, friends, and Namaskaram. You are most welcome. Let me ask you, is your market volatility clouding your vision? As a CEO, you are constantly bombarded by the three gunas: the hype, the fear, and the relentless cycle of business that demand your immediate reaction. But what if the secret to your next breakthrough isn't about doing more, but it's about rising above the noise? In this video, we decode Bhagavad Gita and try and find the solution to this particular problem, exploring how to apply ancient wisdom to modern executive decision making. We move beyond the philosophy to provide a tactical framework for maintaining strategic detachment, a mental state that allows you to make unbiased long term decisions while your competitors remain trapped in reactive chaos. Let's go. How many of you had a morning where the moment you opened your eyes, your mind was already racing? Emails, Slack notification, market fluctuation, employee crises, the looming quarterly report. It feels like leading a company, and more like trying to keep your head above the water in a storm. We call this the grind. But in the business world, we have glorified that chaos. We confuse being busy with being productive. We confuse reacting to the fire with being a leader. Today, I want to share a secret. It's not about new management framework for Harvard. It's not a secret growth hack from Silicon Valley. It is a 5,000-year-old strategy that is perhaps the most advanced leadership tool that we have ever encountered. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 45 of Bhagavad Gita. It's a verse that cuts through the noise of the material world and demand that as a leader you stop being a passenger in your own company and start being a pilot. So friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know from which city you have tuned in, and what questions you may have about this particular subject. All right, let's move ahead. In Gita, Bhagwan Krishna speaks to Arjun, who, much like a modern CEO, is paralyzed by the complexity of his situation. Krishna introduced the concept of gunas. Now, for those who haven't studied this, the gunas are the three modes of material nature that governs everything we do. Think of them as three settings your brain operates on. First, tamas, which can be equated to inertia. Now, this is a state of stagnation, doubt, and fear. And it's when you procrastinate on that tough decision because you are afraid of the outcome. It's the wait and see approach when your market is dying. Next is rajas, which is very aptly equated to passion or activity. Now, this is the hustle culture. It's the action, desire, and intense ambition. It is the high you get from a record breaking sale month, but also the burnout you feel when things don't go your way. And it's also reactive. Lastly, sattva, which is about clarity or it could be equated to goodness. This is the state of equilibrium. It is the calm, objective, and clear sightedness. And the verse says, quote starts, the Vedas revolve around the three modes of material nature, which are the gunas. But you, Arjun, you have to rise above the gunas. And the quote close. In business terms, this means that the most of your day is spent oscillating between tamas, which is fear of losing, and rajas, which is a desperate need to win. You are constantly being tossed around by the market wind. When the stock is up, you are happy. When the stock is down, you are miserable. You are at the mercy of the gunas. So, what does it mean to rise above them? Does it mean you stop caring? Do you shut down your office and move to Himalayas? Absolutely not. It means achieving strategic detachment. It is the ability to be fully involved in your business, to be a visionary, the strategist, the operator, without being emotionally hijacked by the outcome. So, if you look at the this particular image in your mind, one thing that looks pretty clear, that is that you need to be basically striking a balance. Think about your last board meeting where you in sattva in a place of clear, calm, objective truth, or you were in rajas, which is defensive, rushing, trying to prove how hard you have been working to cover up cracks. The secret to strategic clarity is realizing that your value as a CEO is not in the doing, it is in the seeing. When you are fixed on the self, on your core identity, your mission, and your internal stability, you become unshakable. So, how do we operationalize this particular verse? How do we apply this during our Tuesday afternoon crisis? There are a few things I will like to suggest here. Number one is identify your gunas. So, next time when you feel a surge of anger or stress, kindly pause. Literally, stop for 10 seconds. Ask yourself, am I acting out of fear or desperate ambition? Or just naming it, pulls you out of the whole thing. So, it's important to identify your gunas. Number two, the 30,000 foot view, high end view. Krishna advises us to be fixed on self alone. For a CEO, this means being fixed on your core mission. If your mission is rock solid, the daily fluctuation of the market become data point, not threats. You stop reacting to noise and start responding to reality. And number three is the practice of non attachment. So I'm not saying don't care about the profit. I'm saying care more about integrity and strategy. When you detach from the immediate need to be right or validated by the market, you actually make better long term decisions. Paradoxically, the less you chase the result, the more you position yourself to actually achieving them. To basically wrap up now, the world is going to keep spinning. The gunas will keep moving. The market will go up, market will go down. Your competitors will panic, and your employees will look to you to see how you react. So when you are fixed on self, that centers your calmness, gives you clarity, also gives you strategic vision. You become the eye of the storm, and that, my friend, is the only place where the true sustainable business growth happens. Don't be the leaf blowing in the wind. Be the tree that remains standing no matter how hard the storm hits. So, chapter 2, verse 45 isn't just an ancient prayer, it's a new competitive advantage. Thanks for watching. Now go and lead from the center. See you in the next one.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज बुधवार का दिन है। आज का दिन आप सब जानते हैं गणेश जी के लिए, गणेश भगवान के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश भगवान की स्तुति करके, पूजा करके। तो मेरे साथ आपको 11 दफा इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। मैं मंत्र आपको पहले बता देता हूं। ओम गम गणपते नमः। ओम गण गणपते नमः। ओम गम गणपति नमः। तो 11 दफा इसका उच्चारण करेंगे। हमारे पास एक काउंटर है, हम उसका भी उपयोग करते हैं। तो चलिए आप हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और भगवान का नाम का ध्यान करते हैं और उनका मंत्र का उच्चारण करते हैं। ओम गम गणपते नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारा जो पूजा है वो अब हमारी समाप्त हुई। हम अपना दिन अब शुरू कर सकते हैं और आपका दिन भी मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ हम अब आपसे विदा लेते हैं और जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन शुभ हो। नमस्कार।
Beneath Saturn's shimmering rings lies Titan, a world that glows like a lantern in outer dark. At first glance, it seems inhospitable. Icy crust, methane seas, and an atmosphere thick with haze. Yet, NASA's studies now reveal it as something astonishing, a celestial warehouse of fuel and raw material waiting to be unlocked. Titan is no longer just a distant moon, it is a potential lifeline, a refueling station for spacecraft venturing deeper into the solar system. In its frozen lake and hidden reservoirs lies the promise of sustaining human survival far beyond Earth, transforming this alien world into a gateway to the stars. So let's find out more. In the frozen twilight of Saturn's orbit, Titan looms as more than just a moon. It is a world of methane seas, hydrocarbon dunes, and dense atmosphere that whispers possibilities for humanity's next great leap. For decades, Titan was seen as the curiosity, an alien landscape shrouded in orange haze. Now, NASA studies suggest that it could become as something far more profound, a resource a hub for deep space mission, a cosmic refueling station that might one day sustain human survival beyond Earth. Titan's atmosphere is thick with nitrogen and methane, a cocktail that could harness for fuel. Its lakes and seas filled with liquid hydrocarbon and are a reservoir of energy waiting to be trapped. Imagine a spacecraft arriving from interplanetary journeys dipped into Titan's resources to refuel before pressing onward to the outer solar system. The very chemistry that makes Titan strange could actually make it indispensable. Methane, easily converted into rocket fuel, could transform Titan into a pit stop for explorer and bound for Neptune, Pluto, or even interstellar space flights. But Titans offer more than a fuel. Its icy crust hide water, potentially accessible for life support system. Oxygen extracted from water ice could sustain human colonies, while hydrogen could power engines or habitats. The moon's organic chemistry, complex molecule formed in its atmosphere, may provide raw material for plastic, for medicines, or even for food supplements. In Titan's alien chemistry, humanity might find the building block of survival. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching us, and that will definitely help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, let's continue with our discussion. The impact on human life is staggering to imagine. A future settlement on Titan would not only be fragile outpost clinging to survival, but a thriving hub of resources, extraction, and innovation. So, colonists could live beneath a protective dome shielded from cold, while the robotic harvesters skim methane from the seas. So Titan's gravity is weaker than Earth would ease construction and transport. Its atmosphere, though unbreathable, would protect against radiation, making it safer than the barren surface of Mars or Moon. So, in Titan's embrace, the humanity could endure, adapt, and extend. Yet the vision extend beyond Titan itself. So by serving as a resource hub, Titan become a stepping stone for species. The missions to the outer planet, once impossible due to fuel constraints, could launch from Titan's reserves. Long durations voyages and perhaps even the first interstellar probes might rely on Titan's hydrocarbons to push beyond the heliospheres. In this way, the Titan is more just a moon. It is a gateway, a bridge between the solar system and the stars. Philosophically, the Titan challenges our sense of home. Survival on Earth has always depend on the planet's natural abundance. But Titan teaches us that survival can be engineered, that life can persist in places utterly alien. It is a reminder that humanity's resilience lie not only in biology but in ingenuity. To thrive on Titan would be proof that the survival is not bound to Earth's cradle, it is a universal possibilities. So, of course, the challenges remains. So, the Titan's cold is lethal and its distance immense, its environment is hostile, but extracting resources will depend technologies we have yet to master. But every frontier has been daunting before it is conquered. So just as the steam ships once crossed ocean and rockets once pierced the sky, so too will humanity find ways to harvest Titan's bounty. The moon's strangeness is not a barrier, it is an invitation. So, in the end, Titan's promise is not merely about fuel or material. It is about survival, expansion, and audacity to imagine. So, going forward, the future where the humanity now this kind of audacity where humanity think and the future is not only confined to one world. We have an option. So Titan could be the lifeline that sustain us when earth flatters, or the boat may enable journeys to stars, providing a ground where we learn and to endure in the hardest of the environment. In its methane seas and the icy crust lies the possibility of new chapter in human history. So once where the survival is not a question of chance, but of choice, ingenuity, and courage. So we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel. We look forward for your comments on this topic and see you in the next one.
The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high-energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, speedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole. Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating, and that radiation, very very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. Well, this video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure, or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe were formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they are quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, I mean, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery is, when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite matter. And when these two guys touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last, because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter, and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible, because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why, if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch
दोस्तों, आप सबको एक YouTube से मेल मिला होगा कि उन्होंने अनाउंस किया है कि 24 अगस्त के बाद आपके वीडियोस पे जो व्यूज आते हैं उसका कैलकुलेट करने का तरीका बदल गया है। काफ़ी लंबा मेल था, उस पर कुछ लिंक्स भी दिए हुए थे, कुछ पॉलिसी चेंजेस भी थे। आपने ज़्यादातर पढ़ लिया होगा, लेकिन फिर भी आपके दिल में काफ़ी क्वेश्चंस होंगे, जैसे कि आगे क्या होने वाला है, ऐसा चेंज एनालिटिक्स में क्यों किया गया है, और हमको क्या करना है अपने वीडियो चैनल को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, हमारी अर्निंग पे कोई इफेक्ट आएगा, और ये इसका जो इम्पैक्ट है ये क्या होने वाला है। ऐसे इस तरीके के आपके बहुत से सवाल होंगे, तो मैं ये सारे सवालों का जवाब देने की कोशिश करूंगा एक एक करके इस वीडियो में। तो अंत तक जुड़े रहें, क्योंकि ये वीडियो काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसका एक भी पोर्शन आप मिस ना करें। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। नमस्कारम दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। तो सबसे पहले शुरू करने से पहले मैं 2-3 बातें एकदम क्लियर कर देना चाहता हूं। पहली बात तो यह है कि आप सबके व्यूज बढ़ने वाले हैं 24 अगस्त के बाद। आपके व्यूज काफ़ी बढ़ने वाले हैं, और ऐसा क्यों होगा? क्योंकि फ्रेम ए से YouTube आपका व्यूज दिखाएगा और कैलकुलेट करेगा। अब पहले क्या होता था? पहले ये होता था कि लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो में अगर कोई आपका व्यूअर 30 सेकेंड्स तक आपका वीडियो देखता है, शुरू के 30 सेकंड्स, तो उसको एक व्यू माना जाता था। और सिमिलरली अगर शॉर्ट 3 सेकंड तक अगर कोई कंटिन्यू देखता था आपका शॉर्ट, तो उसको एक व्यू माना जाता था। अब दोनों में ही लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो एज वेल एज शॉर्ट वीडियो, अगर किसी ने 1 सेकंड भी देखा है तो उसको एक व्यू माना जाएगा। जो पहला फ्रेम अगर चल पड़ा है तो उसको व्यू में कंसिडर किया जाएगा। और यहाँ पे YouTube ने क्लासिफाई कर दिया है, 2 तरह के व्यूज होंगे, एक होगा पब्लिक व्यू और दूसरा होगा एंगेज्ड व्यू। तो एंगेज व्यू में कोई बदलाव नहीं आ रहा है। जो एंगेज व्यू पे हमारी अर्निंग, जो YPP जो प्रोग्राम है जिसमें हमको अर्निंग होती है, उसमें कोई बदलाव नहीं है। तो एंगेज व्यू तो वही रहने वाला है जो पहले था, लेकिन जो पब्लिक व्यू का एक और एनालिटिक्स ऐड हो गया है जिसमें आपके व्यूज बढ़ने वाले हैं। और जो इसका असर ऑटो प्ले पे भी पड़ेगा। आपने देखा होगा ऑटो प्ले पे कई दफ़ा बिना क्लिक किए जब आप स्क्रॉल करते हैं तो उसमें जो वीडियो होता है थंबनेल, उसके अंदर वीडियो प्ले कर जाता है। तो वो जो ऑटो प्ले है वो भी एक, अगर उसमें आपका वीडियो प्ले हो गया ऑटो प्ले के अंदर और उस पर व्यू हुआ, 1 सेकंड का भी, आधे सेकंड का भी अगर व्यू हुआ तो उसको एक व्यू माना जाएगा। तो आपके जो पब्लिक व्यू हैं वो काफ़ी बढ़ने वाले हैं। तो इसमें एक खुश होने वाली बात है। अब आपका जो सवाल है कि भाई इस पे मेरी अर्निंग पे क्या असर पड़ेगा, तो इस पे आपकी अर्निंग पे कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा। जैसे आपके YPP प्रोग्राम आपकी अर्निंग कैलकुलेट वैसे पहले करता था वैसे ही करेगा, क्योंकि एंगेजमेंट का रूल्स चेंज नहीं हुए हैं, वो वैसे के वैसे ही हैं। पब्लिक व्यूज सिर्फ चेंज हुए हैं। इससे आपको कुछ फायदा ही होगा। इससे आपको क्या फायदा होने वाला? आपका रीच बढ़ेगा। आपके चैनल का एनालिटिक्स में एक फील्ड ऐड हो जाएगा जिसको हम बोलेंगे पब्लिक व्यू, और इसका असर डायरेक्टली पड़ेगा ब्रांड डील्स के ऊपर। जो ब्रांड डील्स होती है उस पे जब आप अपना स्टैटिस्टिक्स या कुछ अपना डेटा आप एनालिटिक्स का शेयर करेंगे, उसमें आप एंगेज व्यू और पब्लिक व्यू दोनों ही शेयर करेंगे। या हो सकता है कि जो ब्रांड डील्स होंगी उसमें आगे जाके जो ब्रांड कंपनीज होंगी वो आपसे ये डेटा भी मांगे, तो यूट्यूब के एनालिटिक्स में ये डेटा अवेलेबल होगा कि आपके पब्लिक व्यूज कितने हैं और आपके एंगेजमेंट कितना हो रहा है। इन दोनों का आप एनालिटिक्स अपने ब्रांड डील्स करते समय दे सकते हैं, और इससे आप अपने कस्टमर्स को इम्प्रेस भी कर सकते हैं। और ये अब देखना है कि ये चेंज उन्होंने क्यों किया है। अब देखिए, जो बाकी सब चेंज हुए थे जो फरवरी 1 2027 से एप्लीकेबल हैं, जो हमने पहले अपने वीडियो में कवर किए हैं, वो तो वैसे के हैं, आप सबको पता है इसके बारे में। लेकिन ये जो पर्टिकुलर चेंज है इससे हमें काफ़ी फायदे भी होंगे। कई दफ़ा आपने देखा होगा कि आर्टिफिशियल कुछ बॉट्स लगा के लोग अपने व्यूज़ को बढ़ाते हैं। तो इससे एकदम क्लियर हो जाएगा कि जो आपके पब्लिक व्यूज़ हैं वो सेपरेट हैं, और जो एंगेजमेंट आप दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी तक क्या था कि अगर आपका एंगेजमेंट अच्छा है लेकिन उसको इम्प्रेस करने के लिए आपके पास डेटा पॉइंट नहीं होता था, और आप और जो कोई दूसरा चैनल जिसने आर्टिफिशियल अपने रैंप अप किया है अपने व्यूज को, उसमें और आप में कोई डिफरेंशिएशन नहीं होता था। अब आप बता पाएंगे कि मेरे पब्लिक व्यूज इतने हैं लेकिन मेरा एंगेजमेंट इतना अच्छा है, तो ये डिफरेंशिएशन आप बता पाएंगे। और उससे क्या होगा कि अगर इस तरह का डिफरेंशिएशन मिलेगा तो जो आर्टिफिशियल जो जैकअप होता है व्यूज का, जो बॉट लगा के, एआई बॉट लगा के जो कुछ लोग उसको अपने व्यूज को बढ़ाते हैं, वो रोकने का चांस बन सकता है इसमें। और सबसे बड़ा रीजन यह है कि जो इंडस्ट्री स्टैंडर्ड है कि कैसे व्यूज कैलकुलेट किए जाते हैं, अब जो बड़े कंपटीशन है यूट्यूब के वो है फेसबुक मेटा का और इंस्टाग्राम। दोनों ने ही पहले ही अपने जो व्यूज के मेथडोलॉजी कैलकुलेट करने की वो ऐसे ही की हुई है कि ए फ्रेम, पहला फ्रेम जैसे ही चालू होता है वैसे ही व्यूज कैलकुलेट करने शुरू कर दिए जाते हैं मेटा पे और इंस्टाग्राम पे। तो वो एक इंडस्ट्री स्टैंडर्ड बन गया है, तो उसको उन्होंने कंसिडर किया है और उसको उन्होंने उसी इंडस्ट्री स्टैंडर्ड को इम्प्लीमेंट किया है। तो मैं आपसे दोबारा से बोलता हूं कि इससे कोई आपको फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। आपको एक एनालिटिक पॉइंट्स जो है एनालिटिक्स का एक और डेटा पॉइंट आपको मिलेगा, जिससे आप अपने ब्रांड डील्स जब आप क्लोज कर रहे होंगे तो उससे आप ज़्यादा उसको इम्प्रेस कर सकेंगे और ये डिफ्रेंशिएट कर पाएंगे कि ये मेरे पब्लिक व्यूज़ हैं और ये मेरे एंगेज व्यूज़ हैं। हो सकता है कुछ लोग अपने वीडियोस में एंगेजमेंट ज़्यादा करते हों, जिसमें जैसे पॉडकास्ट में या शॉर्ट में एंगेजमेंट ज़्यादा होता है, लेकिन अभी व्यूज़ में और एंगेज व्यूज़ में कोई डिफ्रेंसिएशन नहीं था। अब 24 अगस्त के बाद ये हो जाएगा, तो एक बहुत बड़ी बात है ये। अब सबसे बड़ा जो सवाल पैदा होता है वो ये है कि आपको कुछ करना है, आपको कुछ नहीं करना है। आपको अपने जो जैसे आप वीडियो बनाते थे वैसे ही बनाने हैं। आपको ये इंश्योर करना है कि आपका जो एंगेजमेंट है वो ज़्यादा हो। और ये जो चेंज जो 24 अगस्त को आ रहा है, ये हर प्रॉपर्टी, यूट्यूब की हर प्रॉपर्टी पे एप्लीकेबल रहेगा, जिसमें आपका पॉडकास्ट भी है, लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो है और शॉर्ट फॉर्म वीडियो है, सब पे ये एप्लीकेबल रहेगा। तो दोस्तों इसके साथ ही मैंने जो इन्फॉर्मेशन देना था दे दिया। अगर आपके कोई सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर कमेंट करके लिखें और हमसे पूछिए, हम आपका हर सवाल का जवाब देने की कोशिश करेंगे। तो विशिंग यू ऑल द बेस्ट। लेट्स वेट फॉर August 24 and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. In the high-stake world of modern executive leadership, burnout, decision fatigue, and emotional reactivity are the silent productivity killers. But what if the ultimate CEO playbook was written thousands of years ago? Yes, friends, we are talking about Bhagavad Gita. We will understand its profound implications for the modern business leaders, startup founders, and the CEOs. We will discover how mastering your senses through the mind and practicing karma yoga can give us the ultimate competitive advantage and unshakable clarity under pressure. Let's go and discuss this further. Namaskaram, friends. You are most welcome. Now, let's picture this. You are the CEO of a fast growing company. On paper, you have made it all. You have the title, you have the equity, you have the respect and the corner office. But if you're honest with yourself, truly honest, when was the last time you felt like a genuine sense of peace? Most modern executive lives in a state of chronic low grade panic. We call it hustle culture, scaling, or the market pressure. But beneath the buzzwords lies a brutal truth. You are burning out not because your business is too hard, but because your desires are running your life. Think about your daily decisions. Are you launching what's the new product line because it serves your long-term strategic vision, or because you crave the validation of tech headlines? Are you working 70 hours a week or probably 80 hours to build a legacy? Or are you trapped on a treadmill of lifestyle inflation and ego? Today, we are looking at the ancient texts that diagnose this exact corporate sickness, and this was written thousands of years ago. We are diving into Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse 7, and asking the ultimate leadership question: are you managing your business, or your desires managing you? Far better is one who controls his senses through the mind and engage oneself in karma without attachment, O Arjun. And the quote close. And this is a direct translation from the chapter 3, verse 7 of Bhagavad Gita, a dialogue between the warrior prince Arjun and his mentor Bhagwan Krishna on a battlefield paralyzed by confusion and moral crisis. Now you might be thinking, what does a battlefield conversation from ancient India have to do with my quarterly earning report or my board meetings tomorrow morning? Well, everything. Because the human hardware isn't changed in 5,000 years. The battlefield of the ancient India is no different than the modern corporate landscape. Both are high stakes environment. While emotions run high, ego flares, the split second decisions dictate survival. Let's break down what Bhagwan Krishna is actually teaching here. He breaks the human psychology down into clear hierarchy. First is the senses. Our eyes, our ears, tongue, and skin constantly pulled outward by shiny objects, status symbol, market trends, and immediate gratification. Next is mind, the processing unit that receives sensory data and turns it into emotional reaction, which are greed, fear, anger, and anxiety. Third is the intellect, which is the will, the higher faculty capable of discipline, long-term strategy, and mastery. Most leaders operate in reverse. Their sense dictates their desires. Their desire dictates their mind, and their mind dictates their business strategy. They are reactive. If a competitor makes a move, they panic. If a metric drop, they spiral out of control. Krishna is saying, master your senses through disciplined mind, and you will reclaim your sovereignty. How does this manifest into C-suite? It shows up as a desire trap. Let's look at the three different ways to manage your desire and how you can actually unmanage desire sabotage. Otherwise, brilliant leaders will definitely go into a spiral. First is the vanity metrics and ego-driven acquisition. Ever watch a CEO buy a company they have no business buying just to make a splash in the financial press? That's not the strategy. That's a sensory desire dressed up as a corporate expansion. The ego wants applause. The ego wants to feel powerful. When a leader's identity is warped up in external validation, every business decision becomes a desperate attempt to feed an insatiable appetite. Second is a decision fatigue and distraction. Your senses are constantly being bombarded. Slack pings, CNBC alerts, emails, investor demands, and social media validation. When you lack sensory control, every single distraction hijacks your cognitive bandwidth. You spend your day putting out fires that shouldn't even be on your radar, leaving zero energy for deep visionary thinking. Next is executive burnout. Burnout is rarely caused by working too many hours. It is caused by caring about the wrong things for the wrong reasons. When your happiness is tethered entirely to external outcome, things like stock prices, funding rounds, public praises, you are structurally handing the keys to your emotional well-being over to market and several fluctuations. When the market dips, your mental health crash with it. So, what is the antidote? Krishna calls it karma yoga specifically. Engaging in karma, which is action without attachment to the fruit, which is the result. This is where the most modern professionals misunderstand the spiritual teachings. They think detachment means apathy. They think it means not caring whether the company succeed or fail. That couldn't be farther from the truth. Detached execution doesn't mean lowering your standards. It means separating your emotional identity from the outcome you cannot control or you cannot fully control. Think about the best elite athletes, surgeons, or special operations commanders. In high pressure moments, they are thinking about the trophy, the money, or the applause. No. If a surgeon start thinking about how much praise they will get for a successful heart transplant, their hands will shake. Their entire focus is locked onto the process, the precision of immediate cut, the rhythm of the monitors, etc. As a CEO, you can control your preparation, your integrity, your strategy, and also your execution. You cannot control macroeconomic trends, competitors' move, or fickle consumer taste. You execute with intense, hyper focused discipline. You make objective, cold, calculated strategic choices because your vision isn't clouded by emotional desperation. You win without arrogance and you lose without despair. You stop running after things out of fear and you start leading from a place of unshakable inner stability. So, friends, as we wrap up, let's bring this ancient wisdom down from the philosophy books into our operating rhythm for this week. If you want to transition from reactive manager driven by desires to a masters of your domain, try these three practical shifts. First, audit your desires. Before your next major strategic pivot or financial decision, pause and ask yourself, am I doing this because it moves the mission forward or because I want validation, status, or comfort? Name that particular desire, strip it away, and look at the core business problem with clear eyes. Second, separate process from outcome. Fall in love with the execution, the hiring, the product refinement, the system building. Let go of the obsession with quarterly valuation. Ironically, when you step obsessing over the result, the quality of your work skyrockets and better results naturally follow. Third, practice sensory fasting. Protect your mind. Block out the endless noise of the market hype, industry gossips, and the constant notification. Give your mind the quiet space it needs to actually hear your higher intellect. Remember, the true measure of executive isn't just the size of the balance sheet, it is a mastery of their own mind. When you control your senses, you don't just run a better business, you reclaim your life. If this perspective shifted how you view your leadership journey today, hit that like button, friends. Subscribe for more deep dives into ancient wisdom for modern business and share this with fellow founders who need to hear this. Thanks for watching and lead with clarity. I will catch you soon again in the next one.
Hello friends, there is a very big question that we want to address today, and this is about aviation and more specifically about Boeing. Is Boeing finally cleared for takeoff? In this video, we dive deep into Boeing's high-stake gamble to reclaim its status as the world-leading plane maker, with the CEO Kelly Odeberg joining President Trump's 2026 delegation to Beijing. A massive 500 jet order for the 737 MAX is on the table. We break down how the Trump-China connection could be the ultimate catalyst for Boeing's recovery. Let's go. Welcome to the pivotal moment in aviation history. As of May 2026, the industry is watching one flight more closely than any other. And it isn't the commercial route, it is the diplomatic mission to Beijing. For the very first time in years, Boeing is standing at the center of a massive geopolitical reset. We are currently seeing a bipartisan US Senate delegation urging Chinese officials to finalize a deal that has been years in the making. And what are the stakes? The staggering order of approximately 500 Boeing 737 MAX jets. This isn't just about selling planes, it's about the art of the deal in action. President Trump's planned summit with President Xi Jinping on May 14th and 15th is widely seen as the make or break moment for Boeing's recovery. Since trade tensions flared in 2018, Boeing has been effectively locked out of the world's fastest growing aviation market, while its rival Airbus expanding its footprint significantly. Now, with Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg traveling as part of the US delegation, the company is betting that the trade diplomacy can unlock a market that historically accounted for nearly a quarter of its annual 737 deliveries. For Boeing, this is more than a sale, it is the restoration of its status as America's largest exporter. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. But a deal only matters if you can deliver the planes. While the diplomat talk in Beijing, engineers in Renton and Avert are working toward, against the clock. 2026 is officially the year of certification for Boeing. The company has finally reached the light at the end of the tunnel for its most troubled program. After years of delay, Boeing has confirmed that 737-7 variant, which is -7, and the high capacity 737-10 are on track for FAA certification later this year. The MAX 10 in particular is the heavy hitter. With every 1400 orders from major carriers like United and Delta, it is Boeing's primary weapon against the Airbus 321 XLR. The certification in 2026 means first delivery can finally begin in 2027. To get there, Boeing is conducting exhaustive system safety assessment, some over 15,000 pages long, to prove that every single system from hydraulics to flight control meet the highest safety standards ever set. And it is not just the narrow bodies. The massive 777-9 is also making progress through final flight test, with its entry into service now firmly targets for 2027. For the first time in decades, Boeing's roadmap for its new fleet is clear, even if it remains fragile. Stability is the new North Star at Boeing. After the FAA lifted the production cap in late 2025, Boeing entered 2026 with green light to ramp up. The numbers are ambitious. The goal is to move from 737 production towards 47 aircrafts per month this year, with plans to hit 52 per month in 2027. On the wide body side, the 787 Dreamliner is aiming for a steady rate of 10 aircraft per month by end of the year. But the CEO Kelly Ortberg has been very clear. Boeing will not sacrifice quality for speed. The company is now using 6 FAA agreed key performance indicators, which is in short KPIs, to monitor every step of the assembly line. This is designed to eliminate travel work and practice of finishing tasks out of sequence, which has been a major source of quality issue in the past. Investors are taking notice of this as well. Boeing stock saw a jump of 7% earlier this year as analysts moved to outperform ratings, buoyed by the prospects of sustainable positive free cash flow for first time since the max crisis that began. The backlog has now grown to record $695 billion, providing a massive cushion for the year ahead. So as we look at the remainder of 2026, the Boeing comeback isn't just about one company. It's a bellwether for American industrial strength. The strategy is a three-pronged attack. First, diplomatic leverage. Using the Trump's administration's trade focus to secure a 500 jet mega deal in China. Number 2, regulatory rigor. Clearing the final hurdle for the MAX 10 and 777X to restore airlines' confidence. And number 3 is operational excellence. Moving from crisis management to steady quality first production cadence. There are still challenges. Supply chain bottleneck remains, and China is increasingly pushing its own domestic aircraft like Akulmach C919. Furthermore, the insider activity remains cautious, and the company still carries a heavy debt load from its crisis years. However, the narrative has shifted slightly. In 2024 and 2025, the question was, can Boeing survive? In 2026, however, the question is, how fast can Boeing lead? With the May summit in Beijing, the aerospace giant is making its most aggressive move in decades to reclaim its crown. If Kelly Oudberg and President Trump can land the China deal, the comeback flight will be more than just a headline. It will be a reality. So friends, thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the future of flight. Keep your eyes on the sky and the headlines over the coming weeks. If you have any questions about this, please do not hesitate to send it across. Now, before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome to this high-level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside-out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self-enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C-suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while, they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, "A yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine." And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave. It's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside-out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self-enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse, liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world tries to give you its version of it. Alright? Number 2, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number 3 is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before telescope pierced the sky, Lagad's verses and the Siddhantic model dare to chart the dance of eclipse and celestial cycle. They transformed the cosmic mysteries into patterns of prediction, turning the heavens into grand clockwork that guided the rituals, harvest, and the human destiny. In their rhythm lies the echoes of our modern quest. From AI driven astronomy to climate cycles, proving that the ancient gaze at the star still illuminates the future. So let's find out more about Lagad, the first timekeeper of the stars. Lagat, often regarded as one of the earliest Indian astronomers, stands at the threshold of humanity's attempt to systemize the heavens. His Vedanga Jyotish was not merely a manual for ritual timing. It was a profound attempt to align human life with celestial rhythm. In those verses, eclipse, solstices, and the lunar cycles were not mystical accidents, but predictable phenomena woven into the cosmic order that could be calculated, anticipated, and honored. The Vedanga Jyotish revealed how uh, early human used to track the lunar month and aligned ritual calendar with the celestial cycle. Lagat's insight show a sophisticated awareness of astronomy for his time. He described the constellations, seasonal markers, and the method for calculating solstices and equinox. So, in this essence, he transformed the sky watching into a structured science, bridging ritual practices with cosmic order. This was the seed of what later bloomed into Siddhantic traditions, a lineage of astronomical trustees that defined the planetary models, mapped eclipse with increasing precision, and sought to reconcile the observation with theory. Thus, a Siddhantic model from Aryabhat to Varahamitra carried Lagat's impulse forward. They treated eclipse as a natural event causing by the interplay of earth, sun, and moon, stripping away the superstition and replacing it with the geometry and cycles. These texts became the most kind of a standing trustees with the cosmos influencing even the Islamic astronomy and medieval Europe. And even the instruments of Jantar Mantar, which is in Delhi, centuries later. So they were not static sculptures, but evolving framework, absorbing new observations and recalibrating the celestial clock. The Vedang Jyotish, a text that systemized the astronomical knowledge during the late Vedic period. And his work was not abstract theory alone. It was a deeply practical design to help priests determine the correct timing for ritual by observing the movements of sun, moon, and stars. When we talk about 26 and these theories, these all written text and the observation, they resonate even today, which is really very striking. As the James Webb Space Telescope peer into the exoplanetary system and AI model simulate the cosmic dynamics, Lagat's the vision of cyclic order feels uncannily modern. So his insistence that the ritual, agriculture, and the society must be synchronized with celestial cycle even mirror today's quest for sustainability, where the climate model, satellite data, and ecological rhythm demand human alignment with the planetary system. The Siddhantic tradition's emphasis on predictive accuracy and which echoes in the contemporary algorithm and the forecast eclipse, solar storms, and orbital mechanics with a breakthrough precision. So beyond science, these ancient trustees they remind us of humanity and its versus its practices in an age where the technology attempts us to dominate the nature. Lagad's cosmic whisper of coexistence, the eclipse. So that is also very, very important when these actually all trustees, all ideas and observation, which were actually established way before all these modern science evolved. So all the basis of the modern science actually take, which is built on the nested theories which has been established by Lagat way back in antiquity in India. So, when going forward, the eclipse, once feared, became a calculable wonder. Today, it is the spectacle that unites millions across the continent. The cycle he mapped reminds us that the progress is not linear but rhythmic. The civilization rise and fall is pattern as old as the stars. So, looking ahead, the impact of Lagat's and Siddhantic model lies in their fusion of observation, ritual, and philosophy. They offer a template for integrating science with culture, prediction with meaning. As humanity prepares for the lunar bases, Martian calendar and interstellar voyages, the question of how to live in harmony with celestial cycle will resurface again and again, even in the future. So Lagat's ancient verses may yet inspire a future where the cosmic order guide not only the ritual but the ethics of exploration. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So let's continue with this interesting discussion. So we were talking about Lagat's profile when we talk about interstellar exploration and the cosmic and the stars. So the theory, the story of eclipse and the cycle is not confined to dusty manuscripts. So it is live in 2026 in telescope, in climate model, in collective awe of sky watchers. So Lagat's legacy is definitely a reminder that science begins with a wonder, and that the rhythm of cosmos once charted in palm leaf manuscripts continues to shape the destiny of our species. His legacy lies in laying the foundation for later Indian astronomy. So, Lagat's text reminds us the earliest surviving record of astronomy in India. It also demonstrates how the ancient culture sought harmony between human life and celestial rhythms. A theme that continues to inspire both historians and astronomers today. His contribution is significant because it represents one of the earliest systematic attempt to codify the astronomical knowledge in India. By arranging this knowledge into a structured text, Lagat helped establish the astronomy as a scholarly discipline and linking ritual practice with celestial observation. This synthesis of science and spirituality became a hallmark for ancient Indian thought. For from rituals fire the cosmic cycle, Lagat's vision still burns bright, reminding us that the wisdom of star is as eternal as sky itself. Though the centuries have passed since Lagat first mapped the heaven, his vision endures. By turning ritual into rhythm and starlight into science, he gave India its earliest astronomy a legacy that still guide our understanding of cosmic order. So, in every calendar, in every calculation of time, echoes the wisdom of the sage who saw the universe not as a chaos but as a harmony. So now we have come to the end of this discussion, and please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward your comments on this topic. In case if you want to add more on Lagat's legacy, we will be happy to read and share. So see you in the next one. Take care. Bye.
Hello friends, can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C-suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C-suite, we are taught to be decisive. We are taught to be analytical. But how often are we taught to be equal? Every day you face a storm of preferences. You have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect-free and equal, they are established in the eternal. Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words, equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee from the intern to the CFO is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect-free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego-driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually, live in a cycle of, various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental, leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So, friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And, I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice. Starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore is simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So, friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. Now, President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear, it just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you are left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coast, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If a $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relation with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink? Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high-energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, speedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole. Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating, and that radiation, very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. Well, this video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure, or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they are quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery. The mystery is, when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite matter. And when these two guys touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible, because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why, if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, you're most welcome. Namaskaram. Is India on the verge of AI-led transformation, with Reliance Industries leading the charge? In this video, we break down Mukesh Ambani's massive AI gambit from 2026 annual general body meeting and explore how Reliance is pivoting to become the sovereign backbone of Indian digital economy. From unveiling of Reliance Intelligence to the ambitious build out of a massive AI data center in Jamnagar powered by Nvidia, the latest hardware Ambani is being very big, betting very big, and we analyze 110 plus billion investment roadmap, the integration of AI directly into the geo network, and why Reliance is aiming to make AI for India by India a reality for 1.5 billion people. Let's go. We've all seen the news, but have we truly grasped the scale? The Reliance industry, a titan built on oil, petrochem, and retail, is making a decisive pivot. They are transitioning from telecom giant into a AI first, a group. This isn't just an upgrade; it's a aggressive, calculated AI gambit to become the sovereign backbone of India's digital economy. The question isn't whether they will do it. The question is, are they about to own the future of India's digital landscape? Today, we are deconstructing the strategy, the infrastructure, and the massive shift in the chessboard of Indian technology. Let's dive in. But before that, friends, if you have reached so far, let us know from which city you have tuned in into this particular video. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's start with the pivot. For years, Geo was about connectivity. It brought the internet to the masses, democratizing access to data. But connectivity is just a commodity. Once everyone is connected, where do you go from there? You go intelligent. Reliance currently, looking at the strategy about embedding AI into the very DNA of the network. They aren't just selling data plans anymore. They are looking to sell the utility of artificial intelligence. Think of it as a shift from electricity, where you just have the power, to smart grid that knows how to optimize your own load. By integrating AI directly into the ecosystem from Jio Bharat platform to their retail arm, they are creating a closed loop system. When you use their network, you are training their models. And when you use their models, you are staying within their network. This is a definition of the digital moat. They are moving the battlefield from the speed of your internet to the capability of AI tools you interact with every single day. If the AI is the engine, data is the fuel, and Reliance has realized something critical. You cannot rely on foreign cloud if you want to rule the Indian market. You need to become sovereign. You need to think sovereignty. And this is why the Jamnagar infrastructure plays a so significant role. We aren't talking about small server farm. We're talking about massive data centers built to house high performance computing hardware that can process AI models at very high scale. By building this sovereign AI backbone, they achieve two things. One, lower latency. Keeping the data local means faster response for the end user. Number two, data sovereignty. In a world where data privacy is the new gold, Reliance is positioning itself as a trusted custodian of Indian digital information. They are effectively building a national AI cloud. And for an enterprise to have the capital and the land to build this at a scale of a country rather than a company is a structural advantage that hard for competitors to match. And here is where the gambit becomes brilliant. Much of the global AI development happens in English for an English speaking audience. Reliance strategy is AI for India by focusing on multilingual models supporting the 22 major languages. They are unlocking the next billion users who were previously excluded from the AI revolution. This is the democratization of intelligence. Imagine a small business owner in a tier 2 city using a voice activated AI built by Reliance that handles their inventory, their accounting, and their customer queries all in their local dialect. This is not just the feature, it is an economic transformation. By lowering the barrier to entry. Reliance isn't just chasing high end, high tech market, they are capturing the entire pyramid of the Indian economy. Now, is this a guaranteed win? No. A gambit, by definition, involves sacrificing a piece to gain a dominant position. And the risks are real. What are the risks? Number one is regulatory scrutiny. As a company becomes the gatekeeper of country's digital infrastructure, regulator naturally start asking questions about the competition and their liability. Number two is execution speed. AI moves at light speed. Can a massive group maintain the agility of a startup? Number three, the competitors. We cannot forget that the global tech giants are also looking at India and they want to set up big firms in India as well. Reliance is betting that their distribution network, the fact that they are already on your phone, your stores, and your homes, is the ultimate trump card. They aren't just selling technology, they are selling the ecosystem. And in the digital age, ecosystems are how you win. To wrap up, the Ambani AI gambit is the most significant corporate shift we have seen in this decade. It's a transition from being a service provider to becoming an architect of our digital reality. Whether this lead to a new era of prosperity or a concentration of power is something we will have to watch closely. And strategy isn't about what do you do today? It's about anticipating the world of tomorrow. It seems that tomorrow is being written in code right here in India. I am Chandrakant, and if you found this breakdown valuable, hit the subscribe button, join our community. We are here to decode the shifts that matter. Until next time, friends, keep thinking strategically, and I will see you very soon in the next one.
Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy, and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further.
On a clear night, the universe looks like a photograph, frozen, eternal. But the truth is, we are living inside a cosmic stampede. Right now, you are sitting on a planet that is spinning at 1600 kilometers per hour. The planet is orbiting a star at 107,000 kilometers per hour. The star is dragging us around the center of the Milky Way at 800,000 kilometers per hour, but even the galaxy itself isn't sitting still. Our entire island universe is screaming through the void towards a destination we cannot see, and the overall speed at which we are moving right now is 2.2 million kilometers per hour. Everything, every star, every black hole, every atom is on a journey, but where is it actually going? Is there a finish line? Or is the universe just running away from itself? Today, we are tracing the ultimate trajectory of the cosmos from the great attractor to big freeze. We are looking at the final map of the existence itself. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand where we are going, we have to look at our neighborhood. We live in a Lanakia supercluster, a massive web of 100,000 galaxies spanning 500 million light years. For decades, the astronomer noticed something strange. The Milky Way and our neighboring galaxies aren't just drifting, they are being pulled. We are moving towards a specific region of space hidden behind the zone of avoidance, an area obscured by our own galaxy's dust, and therefore we actually cannot see clearly what is where we are going and what is pulling our galaxies. We call this mystery the great attractor. It's the gravitational anomaly so massive it is warping the movement of the galaxies across hundreds of millions of light years. It's like cosmic drain, and we are the water circling it. But here is the twist. We will likely never arrive at that point. Why? Because while gravity is trying to pull us together, something else is trying to rip us apart. In the late 1990s, we discovered the universe isn't just expanding, it is accelerating. This is thanks to the dark energy, a mysterious force that makes up roughly about 68% of the universe. Think of it like this. Gravity is the glue trying to hold the room together, but the dark energy is the floor constantly stretching in every direction. Because space is expanding faster than the speed of light at great distances, the great attractor is actually losing the tug of war. Eventually, the expansion will become so fast that even the pull of the Lanakia won't be enough to hold us into this particular group. We are entering an era of the great divorce. In few billion years, every galaxy outside our local group will disappear beyond the cosmic horizon. they will be moving away so fast that their light will never reach us again. We will be left in a lonely, dark neighborhood. So if we aren't hitting the great attractor, what is our immediate destination then in that case? So in about 4.5 billion years, our own galaxy has a date with destiny. The Andromeda galaxy is currently heading straight for us at 110 kilometers per second, very high speed. This isn't a crash, it's a dance. The two galaxies will pass through each other, their stars rarely colliding because the space is so empty. Gravity will eventually pull them back together, merging them into a single massive elliptical galaxy dubbed as Milkomeda. By the time this happens, our sun will have become a red giant, likely swallowing the earth. The solar system as we know it will be done, but the atoms that made up our body will be part of the brand new giant star system. But where does the journey finally end? If the expansion continues forever, we reach the ultimate destination, the big freeze, also known as the heat death of the universe. As the space stretches, the gas needed to create stars become too thin. One by one, the light of the universe goes out. The stelliferous era ends, which is known for star formation, and therefore the stars will stop forming. And the degenerate era will begin. Only white dwarf, neutron stars, and black hole will remain. The black hole era will be the third one when black holes eventually evaporate through Hawking radiation. So, what is left? A universe at a uniform temperature of nearly absolute zero, no energy, no movement, no time. Everything that was once a planet, a person, or a galaxy will be reduced to thin mist of photons and electrons drifting in an infinite cold dark. It sounds bleak, but look at in another way. We are living in the golden age of the universe, a brief, brilliant window where the stars are close enough to see and the galaxies are close enough to touch. Everything is moving away, yes, but that makes the fact that we are here right now witnessing it, and all the more miraculous things are going to happen in the near future. We might not like where the universe is going, but we can only imagine what a view we have on the way there, right? So friends, thanks for watching, and if you want to keep exploring the edge of the cosmos, subscribe and join for the next journey. Until next time, before we wind up today's session, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You are most welcome. Have you ever given a thought about what separates a reactive manager from an industry shaping leader? It often comes down to one thing, which is perception. While the corporate world often, obsesses over external metrics, the most successful CEOs understand the true competitive advantage begins with internal mastery. Today, we decode how to cultivate the steady mind approach to navigate the market volatility, technological disruption, and high stake decision making. Let's go and explore this further. And obviously, as always, we will take help from Bhagavad Gita. In the modern corporate landscape, we are obsessed with the vision. We talk about visionary CEOs, the strategic roadmap, the 5-year plan. But what if your vision is actually your biggest blind spot? What if the very thing the market calls growth, disruption, or the market share are merely the shadow of a reality you haven't learned to perceive? Today, we aren't just looking at the market trend. We are going to strip away the noise. We are turning to one of the most powerful ancient strategies for leadership ever written, which is Bhagavad Gita. And today we are discussing specifically chapter 2, verse 69. It's a verse that challenges the fundamental nature of how we perceive success, failure, and the very act of leading in an era of unprecedented technological and global shifts. Let's look at the verse itself directly. All right, and the verse starts, "What is darkness for ignorant being is daylight, a time of awakening for those with self-control. What is daylight for the ignorant is a dark of the night for sages who see." And the quote close. At first glance, it sounds poetic, perhaps even cryptic, but let's translate this into boardroom language of 2026. The ignorant in this context isn't a lack of formal education. It is the lack of perception. It's the leader who is so caught up in the daylight that the quarterly earning reports and the viral social media trends, the noise of daily operation that are blinding this particular CEO and blinding to the actual long-term trend shaping the world, etc., are completely not visible to the CEO. They are running on a treadmill of reactive management. They think they are in the light because they are busy. But the Gita suggests that this daylight is actually the darkness of the night. It is a state of confusion where the ego and the external pressures dictate every move. Consider how this applies to the current AI revolution. When a new disruptive technology emerges, the ignorant leader sees only chaos. They panic, they pivot aimlessly, they overspend on a trend they don't understand because they fear missing out. To them, the situation is dark because they lack the steady mind. But look at the leader with self-control. They see through the hype. While everyone else is scrambling to react, the leader with perception sees the daylight. They recognize the technology is a tool, not a savior. They see the underlying structural shift. When the rest of the market is cheering for a hollow victory, maybe a temporary spike in stock price based on short-term trend, the sage leader sees the darkness. They know it's not sustainable foundation. They aren't swayed by the temporary daylight of the applause. This is the core of the strategic foresight. It is the ability to operate in the dark when everyone else is blinded by the artificial light of the status quo. So how do we operationalize this? How do you move from ignorant to the sage who sees? First, embrace the darkness of the introspection. Most leaders fear silence. They fear disconnection. But the true strategic depth comes from those moments of darkness, the quiet time you spend analyzing the business without the pressure of the daily grind. This is where you identify the risk your competitors are too distracted to see. Second, practice the pause. When the crisis hits, The knee-jerk reaction is to act. But the Gita teaches us that the person with self-control observes before they act. Use that moment of pause to separate the signal from the noise. If you are the loudest voice in the room during a crisis, you are probably operating in the daylight of the ignorant. Third, define your own daylight. Don't look at the market, don't let the market dictate what success looks like. If you are chasing the same KPIs as everyone else, you are living in their reality. Define your own metrics. Matrices based on long-term sustainability, team resilience, and genuine value creation. The Gita doesn't ask you to renounce the business. It asks you to master your perception within it. When you learn to see what others misses, you stop being a passenger to the market trend. You stop being a slave to the fear of missing out. You become an architect of the future. The darkness of the ignorant is your daylight. The daylight of the ignorant is your night. Master your perception, and you will find that most complex business challenges eventually begin to clarify themselves. So, friends, thanks for joining me on this deep dive. If this shift in perspective resonated with you, I encourage you to subscribe Akulmach. We are here to bridge the gap between ancient strategy and the future technology. My name is CK, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Traditional chemical engineering and the global supply chain are about to become obsolete as the biological foundries takes over the world stage. By merging genomic sequencing with scalable production, synthetic biology is erasing geopolitical boundaries and redefining the industrial dominance. This isn't just a new market. It's a total replacement of how every market is going to change in next few years. Let's go and understand this in much more detail. Namaskaram friends, you're most welcome. For the past 50 years, we have lived under a singular rule, which is silicon is the king. Software ate the world. Microchips built empire worth $3 trillion. We watched the garage startup transform into global leviathan simply by writing lines of code that rearrange electrons. But look closer at the horizon. The era of the pure digital optimization is hitting a wall. We have optimized the screen, the algorithm, and the cloud. Yet humans still live in physical world. Every bottle you drink from every or every shirt that you wear, every gram of plastic, every drop of fuel, and every medicine you take is manufactured through a system that belongs to the 19th century heavy chemical engineering, fossil fuel, and its extraction, and fragile continent spanning supply chain. We strip mine the earth, heat it up, and push chemicals through high temperatures, high pressure cathedrals of steel just to make everyday goods. It is inefficient, it is dirty, and it is about to become entirely obsolete. Because the next $1 trillion company will not be a software giant. It will not build microprocessors out of sand. The next tech giant is going to be a biotech firm, and the next $1 trillion company is entirely biological. To understand why, you have to look at what traditional chemical engineering actually is. It's a brute force approach. If you want a specific polymer, a nylon thread, or a targeted solvent, you take crude oil, heat it up to extreme temperatures, add toxic catalyst, and hope you will get a high enough yield. It requires massive capital expenditures, constant geopolitical maneuvering over oil fields, and carbon footprint that modern economies can no longer sustain. Now look at the nature. Nature doesn't use high pressure oil cracking. Nature programs cells using 4-letter alphabets, which is A, T, C, G. For billions of years, cellular life has been the ultimate manufacturing platform. A single yeast cell or even E. coli bacteria can assemble complex protein, intricate molecular structures, and the complex material with atomic precision at room temperature using water and sugar as fuel. For a long time, we couldn't harness this. Biology was too complex, too unpredictable, and too slow to read. But it is not like this anymore. Over the past decade, the cost of reading and writing DNA has plummeted at a rate that makes Moore's law look sluggish. Sequencing a human genome used to cost billions of dollars and take years. Today, it takes hours and costs less than a smartphone. We have transitioned from reading biology to writing it. Synthetic biology has turned living cell into programmable hardware. You don't build a factory anymore. You write software codes, print synthetic DNA, insert it into the chassis of organisms, and let cellular replications do the heavy lifting. Just as the software foundries or server farms powered the cloud revolution, biofoundries are the industrial backbone of the biological century. These are automated facilities running on design, build, test, learn cycles. Instead of engineers tweaking pipes and valves, machine learning models and artificial intelligence design completely novel genetic circuits. Robot assembly synthetic genes at micro scales, insert them into microbes, and test millions of variants simultaneously in automated bioreactors. This is where the paradigm flip is going to happen. A traditional chemical plant makes one thing in one location using one toxic feedstock. A biofoundry can pivot overnight. Want to brew a spider silk protein for aerospace application on Monday? You change the genetic sequence. Want to produce sustainable jet fuel from agriculture waste on Tuesday? You swap the microbe. Want to manufacture high purity medical enzyme or alternative protein on Wednesday? It is a software update for life. This changes the geopolitical map entirely. Right now, nations are locked in trade wars over semiconductor, fabrication plants, rare earth minerals, and shipping lanes. Synthetic biology erases geopolitical boundaries. Why fight over oil supply lines when you can grow your nation's fuel, material, and medicines locally inside modular bioreactors? Every country, every city, and eventually every major enterprise can become its own manufacturer. Supply chain shrinks from 10,000 miles to footprint of the local facility. Some critics say, sure, biotech is great for medicine, but how does it build a tech giant? The answer is simple. Biotech is not a market segment. It's a total replacement for how every physical product on earth is being made. Think about the sheer scale of the industries which are ripe for disruption. First is material and textiles. Traditional fashion is one of the most polluting industry on earth. Synthetic biology allows us to grow high-performance fabric, self-healing construction material, and biodegradable packaging directly from engineering the fungi and the bacteria. Next is agriculture and food. Moving away from land-intensive livestock and chemical fertilizers towards precision fermentation, creating exact molecular replica of the food, nutrient, and compound without single acre of clear-cut forest is going to be remarkable. Next is energy and chemicals. Producing drop-in hydrocarbons, renewable chemicals, and green solvent that slot directly into existing industrial infrastructure without the petroleum baggages. When you control the platform that builds everything, you don't just capture a market, you own the underlying infrastructure of this civilization. Apple captured the digital surface, Amazon captured the digital marketplace. The next giant will capture the biological source code of the physical reality. We are standing on the exact same precipice that computing pioneers stood in the late 70s. Back then, mainframes were massive, expensive, and reserved for governments and mega corporations. People laughed at the personal computers. Today, we look at the biological engineering the same way as the medical tool, a lab curiosity, a niche science experiment. We are blind to the scale of what is coming. The company is scaling DNA assembly, perfecting AI driven protein folding, and building the infrastructure of the bioeconomy are laying the foundation for the next multi trillion dollar monopolies. The world's next tech giant isn't coding software on a screen. They are writing code into life itself. The race has already begun. So, friends, what do you think about this new tech which is going to affect all of us? Do send in your comments in the comment section below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one.
हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज हमारे सामने एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है जिसका आंसर हमें ढूंढना बहुत ही जरूरी है। ये क्वेश्चन है, क्या आज के आधुनिक बिजनेस वर्ल्ड में धर्म और रणनीति का कोई स्थान है या कोई स्थान रह गया है? इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है और हमें इसका डिस्कशन करना है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ के रूप में अनिश्चितता और कठिन निर्णयों के बीच आप अपना कर्तव्य कैसे निभा सकते हैं? इस वीडियो में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे और हम जानेंगे कि भगवान कृष्ण ने हमें क्या सीख दी है, और इस इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल का आंसर खोजने में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ की कुर्सी जो होती है काफी चमकदार होती है, बहुत ही अट्रैक्टिव होती है, लेकिन इसके पीछे बहुत ज्यादा अनसर्टेनिटी होती है, तनाव, हर दिन के जीवन के कठोर निर्णय। वो ये केवल वही जानता है जो उस कुर्सी पे बैठता है। जब जाने कि कोई लीडर है जो बहुत ही हाई हॉट सीट पे बैठा हुआ है। क्या आपने कभी इसको महसूस किया है कि आपकी सारी स्ट्रेटेजी फेल हो रही है? मार्केट गिरता ही जा रहा है, आप समझ ही नहीं पा रहे क्या करना है, टीम बिखरने लगी है और सब कुछ गलत हो रहा है और इसके बीच में एक लकीर खींची हुई है। आप उस लकीर पे क्या करना है वो आप तय करते हैं एज ए सीईओ। आज हम किसी मैनेजमेंट बुक की बात नहीं करेंगे। आज हम बात करेंगे दुनिया के सबसे पुराने, सबसे प्रभावशाली लीडरशिप गाइड भगवत गीता, और खास तौर पे अध्याय 2 चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31 में, जिसमें किसी भी सीईओ के लिए किसी वेपन की जो सीख दी गई है किसी वेपन से कम नहीं है। एक स्ट्रेटेजिक मास्टर क्लास की तरह ये हमारे सामने है। और इसका सीधा अर्थ है, अगर हम इस कोट को पढ़ें, इस वर्स को पढ़ें, और कोट स्टार्ट्स, अपने क्षत्रिय धर्म, अपने यानी कि अपने कर्तव्य को देखते हुए भी तुम्हें विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि धर्म के लिए ही, न्याय के लिए ही युद्ध करने से बेहतर एक योद्धा के लिए और कुछ भी नहीं है। एंड द कोट क्लोज। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप कौन सी सिटी से, कौन सी कंट्री से हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। अब एक सीईओ के तौर पे आप सोचेंगे, मैं युद्ध कैसे कर सकता हूँ, मैं तो बिजनेस कर रहा हूँ। लेकिन जरा रुकिए, आज का बाजार किसी कुरुक्षेत्र से कम नहीं है और यहाँ पे कट थ्रोट कंपटीशन होता है। नैतिकता बनाम मुनाफा और टीम के बजाय टीम को बचाए रखने के लिए जद्दोजहद, क्योंकि टीम आपका कॉम्पिटिटर ले जाएगा। तो यही तो वो युद्ध है जो हमें हर दिन लड़ना होता है। सो इस श्लोक में बोला गया है कि क्षत्रिय अर्थ केवल वो नहीं जो तलवार उठाता है, इसका अर्थ वो है जो व्यक्ति जिम्मेदारी लेने से नहीं डरता। जब गीता में भगवान कृष्ण ने अर्जुन से कहा कि तुम विचलित मत हो, तो वो एक सीईओ को सिखा रहे हैं, एक सीईओ की तरह उनको सिखा रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं कि आपको विचलित नहीं होना है, कितनी भी बड़ी मार्केट रियलिटी आपके सामने हो। और इन डिसीजन का अंत होना चाहिए। जब कोई बड़ा फैसला लेना हो तो आप स्वधर्म, अपनी जैसे कि अपनी कंपनी के विजन और मूल्यों को देखें, और अगर फैसला सही है तो परिणाम से मत डरें, डर का त्याग करें, अर्थात कांपना छोड़ें। एक सीईओ को का डर पूरी टीम में फैल जाता है। अगर आप डरे हुए हैं तो आपकी रणनीति भी डरी हुई होगी, क्योंकि न्याय के लिए खड़ा होना है, अक्सर मार्केट में टिके रहने के लिए और अनिकता, जिसको अनएथिकल बोलते हैं, रास्ते कई दफ़ा अपना लेते हैं कई लोग, क्योंकि खड़ा रहना है और अनएथिकल जो रास्ता होता है वो थोड़ा सा आसान दिखता है। श्लोक कहते हैं कि अधर्म के खिलाफ लड़ना आपका धर्म है। यही आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए कि आपके मुनाफे से पहले आपकी वैल्यूज़ को आपको सामने रखना होगा। और अब इसको हम लीडरशिप में लगाएं तो इसको हम कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करें, तो यहाँ पे मैं आपको 3 स्टेप बताऊंगा जिससे आप इसको धीरे धीरे अपने जीवन में डाल सकते हैं और अपने डिसीजंस बेटर ले सकते हैं। तो पहला है द पर्पस। पर्पस की परिभाषा करें। जब भी कोई मुश्किल आए, खुद से पूछें, क्या यह फैसला मेरी कंपनी के लिए वैल्यू के अनुरूप है? अगर हाँ, तो पीछे ना हटें, आगे बढ़ें। नंबर 2, कन्विक्शन के साथ लीड करें, क्योंकि आपने पहला पॉइंट आपने देख लिया है। श्लोक कहता है कि न्याय का युद्ध है ये। अगर आपकी रणनीति सही है तो आप पूरी ताकत से आगे बढ़ें। अधूरे अधूरे मन से लिए गए फैसले हमेशा घाटा देते हैं। नंबर 3, स्टेक होल्डर की सुरक्षा करें। एक योद्धा अपने राज की रक्षा करता है, अपने कर्मचारियों को, इन्वेस्टर जिसको हम निवेशक भी बोलते हैं, ग्राहकों की रक्षा करता है। और जब आप डिफेंसिव नहीं बल्कि वैल्यू ड्रिवन लीडर बनते हैं तो आप अजय हो जाते हैं। तो दोस्तों, ये 3 मंत्र हैं जो आप अपनी लाइफ में उसको फॉलो कर सकते हैं, जो हमें भगवत गीता से इस पर्टिकुलर 2 लाइनों के श्लोक में मिलते हैं। दोबारा से बोलता हूँ, चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31, और आपको यह याद दिलाता है कि आप एक सीईओ ही नहीं, आप एक लीडर हैं जिसे न्याय और प्रगति के लिए खड़ा होना है। आज अपने बोर्डरूम में जाने से पहले बस ये याद रखें कि जो कंडीशंस हैं वो कितनी भी कठिन हो, अगर आपका धर्म, आपका कर्तव्य और नैतिकता आप के रास्ते पे आप चल रहे हैं तो हारने का कोई सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता। अगर आप लीडर हैं और आपको लगता है कि ये संदेश आपके किसी सहकर्मी या दोस्त के काम आ सकता है, तो उनके साथ शेयर करें और हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि आपके लिए कॉर्पोरेट धर्म का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है। हम उस पर चर्चा करेंगे आने वाले वीडियो में। सब्सक्राइब करना ना भूलें। मिलते हैं जल्दी अगले वीडियो में। तब तक के लिए आपका हम प्रार्थना करेंगे आपका दिन शुभ रहे और आप सक्सेस पाएं। थैंक यू। नमस्कार।
Hello, friends. Imagine walking up in the Proxima Centauri system, feeling as though you have only slept for a single night, despite traveling for 20 years. Is the secret to interstellar travel not a faster engine but a slower pulse? To reach the farthest of our galaxy, we must master the art of metabolic slowdown. And this isn't a science fiction anymore. we are now perfecting the pharmacological triggers and cooling protocols. And today, we investigate the revolutionary science of synthetic hibernation and how mimicking natural torpor is our only realistic ticket to deep space. That means the scientists are working as to how put the human body into a state of true synthetic hibernation for deep travel in space. So let's find out more about this. The science behind this is both promising and daunting. Researchers have already demonstrated torpor in a small mammals using controlled cooling and pharmacological agents. Extending this to human require a careful orchestration of body temperature, nutrition, and neutral regulations. So NASA's medical team is actually working and imagine the astronaut placed in specialized pods and their vital signs monitored by AI systems and their muscle stimulation to prevent the atrophy and their nutrition delivered intravenously. So it is a vision that blends medicine with engineering, biology with robotics. So the spacecraft may become not just a vehicle but a caretaker, as sustaining its crew in a state between wakefulness and dreams. So the benefit ripple outward. A hibernating crew would need far less space, allowing for smaller habitats and reduced shielding against the cosmic radiation. The saving in mass and energy could make mission more feasible, lowering the cost and opening the doors to a longer journey, perhaps beyond Mars towards the moons of Jupiter or Saturn. So synthetic hibernation also offer a psychological shield. The human mind struggles with monotony, isolation, and the absence of natural rhythms. So by sleeping through the long transit, astronauts avoid months of boredom, anxiety, and interpersonal strains. So this awaken refreshed, ready to face challenges of a planetary exploration. Yet the risks are profound. Human bodies are not naturally designed to hibernate. Induced torpor could lead to unforeseen complications like immune suppression, clotting disorders, or neurological effect. So there is also the ethical dimension. Placing astronauts into medically induced state of 4 months raises questions of consent, autonomy, and responsibility. Who watches over them while they were asleep? And what happened if the system fail? So NASA's engineers envision redundant monitoring, robotic caretakers, and emergency revival protocol. But the specter of vulnerability remains. So a sleeping crew is a helpless crew. So you know that, and dependent entirely on technology. So despite these challenges, the momentum is building. Synthetic hibernation align with the broader trends in medicine, where the therapeutic hypothermia is already used in hospital to actually protect patients during cardiac arrest or brain injury. It is also resonate with the advance in AI, robotics, and life support system. So NASA is not alone in this pursuit. So private companies and international agencies are exploring similar concept and seeing hibernation as the key to unfold, or maybe say unlock, the deep space travel. So the gamble is not just scientific, it is cultural also. Humanity has always actually dreamed of sleeping through the long voyages, from myth to enchanted slumber to science fiction tales to cryogenic chambers. So NASA's bet is to turn that dream into reality. The implication stretches beyond Mars. If the synthetic hibernation becomes viable, it could redefine human explorations, and the mission to distinct worlds once dismissed as impossible. So they might become achievable. So the star would no longer be unreachable, and they would simply require a patience and a sleep. Hibernation could even reshape life on Earth, like offering new therapies for trauma, aging, or chronic diseases. So the boundary between the space medicine and terrestrial medicine could and would blur as innovation designed for us astronaut find applications in hospitals and clinics. For now, the vision remains experimental. NASA's team are conducting studies, simulations, and prototype testing how long torpor can be sustained and how muscles and bones will respond and how mind awaken after prolonged sleep. So each step is cautious, deliberate, and grounded in science. Yet the ambition is unmistakable, and it is there. People are working on that. So synthetic hibernation is not a side project. It is a cornerstone of NASA's long-term strategies for deep space. And it represents a willingness to embrace the radical solutions, to bet on biology as much as on rocket. So we have come to the end of this story. The story of this synthetic hibernation is the story of human adaptability. We are creatures of Earth and bound by cycle of day and night, hunger and rest. To actually journey beyond, we must rewrite these cycle, bending biology to the demand of cosmos. NASA's bet is bold, risky, and definitely visionary. In a wager that it is a wager that humanity can sleep. And it's a way to the star, and that the silence of hibernation will carry us across the void, and that when we awaken, Mars will be waiting. So now we have come to the end of this whole discussion, and we look forward for your comment on this topic, and at the same time we request you to like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one very soon. Till then, take care. Bye.
भारतीय इतिहास की धारा में कई योद्धा आए और गए, पर कुछ नाम ऐसे हैं जो सदियों तक गूंजते रहते हैं। फरीद खान, एक साधारण अफगान सरदार का बेटा, जिसने अपनी योग्यता और साहस से दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की और शेर शाह सूरी कहलाया। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता की नहीं है, बल्कि दूरदर्शिता की, प्रशासनिक सुधार की और अदम्य संकल्प की है। चलिए और जानते हैं इनके बारे में। और भारतीय इतिहास में कई ऐसे शासक हुए जिन्होंने अपनी योग्यता और दूरदर्शिता से समय समय पर इतिहास की और समय की धारा बदली।
उन्होंने उनमें से एक नाम है फरीद खान, जो आगे चलकर शेर शाह सूरी के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुए। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति की नहीं है, बल्कि प्रशासनिक कौशल और न्याय प्रियता की है। फरीद खान का जन्म अफगान सरदार हसन खान सूर के घर बिहार के ससाराम में हुआ। बचपन से ही उनमें नेतृत्व की क्षमता और शिक्षा की प्रति लगाव था। उन्होंने जौनपुर में शिक्षा प्राप्त की और वहीं से प्रशासनिक ज्ञान अर्जित किया। युवा अवस्था में ही अपने पिता की जागीरों का प्रबंधन संभाला। उनकी दक्षता और न्यायप्रियता ने उन्हें जनता में लोकप्रिय बना दिया। कहा जाता है कि एक बार उन्होंने अकेले ही शेर का सामना कर उसे मार गिराया और तभी से लोग उन्हें शेर खान के नाम से बुलाने लगे। समय के साथ उन्होंने अपनी शक्ति बढ़ाई, बंगाल पर अधिकार किया। 1539 में चौसा की लड़ाई और 1540 में कन्नौज की लड़ाई में उन्होंने मुगल सम्राट हुमायूं को परास्त कर दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की। यहीं से उनकी पहचान बनी शेर शाह सूरी, सूर साम्राज्य का संस्थापक। उनका शासन काल केवल 5 वर्षों तक था, यानी कि 1540 से लेकर 1545 तक। और लेकिन इन 5 वर्षों में उन्होंने ऐसे सुधार किए जिनकी गूंज आज भी सुनाई देती है। और आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे कि अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं हमसे, किस भाषा में आप इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। और अब चलिए आगे चलते हैं, चर्चा की को और आगे बढ़ाते हैं। उन्होंने यानी कि शेर शाह सूरी ने रुपये नामक स्थायी मुद्रा की शुरुआत की, जो आगे चलकर भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ बनी। उन्होंने ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार किया, जो बंगाल से अफगानिस्तान तक फैली और व्यापार और संचार का मुख्य मार्ग बनी। उन्होंने डाक व्यवस्था की भी संगठित किया, डाक व्यवस्था भी चलाई और प्रशासनिक ढांचे को मजबूत किया। कर व्यवस्था में सुधार कर किसानों और व्यापारियों को राहत दी। 1545 में कलिंजर की किले की घेराबंदी के दौरान उनकी मृत्यु हो गई, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां और उनका सुधार इतने प्रभावी थे कि बाद में मुगल सम्राट अकबर ने भी उनसे प्रेरणा ली। शेर शाह सूरी का शासन केवल 5 वर्ष तक चला, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां इतनी प्रभावी थी कि बाद में और लोग, मतलब जो अकबर थे, उन्होंने तो उनसे प्रेरणा ली, बट आगे चल के कई सारे जो एस्पेक्ट्स थे उनकी जो उन्होंने नीतियों के, उसको लोगों ने और शासकों ने अपनाया। अगर कहा जाए कि हालांकि 5 वर्ष का उनका शासन था, बट उनकी विरासत आज भी जीवित है। फरीद खान ने शेर शाह सूरी बनने की ये जो यात्रा है, जो हमें सिखाती है कि साहस, दूरदर्शिता और न्यायप्रियता से कोई भी व्यक्ति इतिहास की धारा बदल सकता है। वे केवल एक विजेता नहीं थे, बल्कि एक महान प्रशासक और दूरदर्शी शासक थे, जिनकी नीतियां भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की नींव में आज भी गूंजती हैं। फरीद खान का शेर शाह सूरी बनने का जो रास्ता है, वो केवल सत्ता परिवर्तन की कहानी नहीं बताता, बल्कि वे भारतीय इतिहास में दूरदर्शिता, प्रशासनिक कौशल का अद्वितीय उदाहरण है। उन्होंने अल्पकालीन शासक में ही ऐसी नीतियां लागू की जिनकी गूंज आज और आगे भी सदियों तक सुनाई देती रहेंगी, चाहे वो रुपया का स्थायी मुद्रा हो, या ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार हो, या व्यवस्था में सुधार हो। उनकी गाथा हमें ये सिखाती है कि साहस और संकल्प से हर चीज प्राप्त की जा सकती है। व्यक्ति अपनी पहचान बदल सकता है और इतिहास की धारा को नई दिशा दे सकता है। तो आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपको
बता दूं कि शेरशाह सूरी ने डेफिनेटली ये साबित किया कि एक शासक की महानता केवल युद्ध जीतने में नहीं है, बल्कि जनता के जीवन को सरल और सुनिश्चित बनाने में है, जनता के हृदय में अपना स्थान बनाने में है। और शेरशाह सूरी का की जो यात्रा है भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की एक विरासत का हिस्सा है, जो आज भी हमें प्रेरणा देता है कि नेतृत्व का असली अर्थ न्याय, दूरदर्शिता और जन कल्याण में ही निहित है। अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंतिम पड़ाव पर पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, और अब इस विषय पर अगर आप कुछ अपने कमेंट्स साझा करना चाहते हैं तो यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम, और फिर आपसे दोबारा मुलाकात होगी बहुत जल्द। तब तक के लिए विदा, नमस्कार।
What if the universe grand finale isn't millions of years away, but lurking closer than we dare to imagine? Quantum physics, with its razor sharp recalculation, is rewriting the cosmic script, hinting that the end of the everything may arise sooner than our star lit dreams allow. In this dance of particles and probabilities, the cosmos itself trembles and reminding us that the existence is not eternal but executively fragile. So let's find out more about this. For centuries, humanity has gazed into the night sky, wondering not only how the universe began, but how it might end. Now, theories have ranged from eternal expansion to a cyclic rebirth, and each shaped by mathematics of cosmology and the evolving lens of physics. Now, recent recalculation in quantum physics have unsettled this cosmic narrative, suggesting that the universe is ultimate fate may arrive far sooner than once imagined. Now, at the heart of this revelation lies the delicate interplay between quantum mechanics and cosmology. Traditional model relied heavily on Einstein's general relativity, which described the large-scale structure of space-time and moving forward, yet that this theory also says that relatively alone cannot account for the strange and probability behavior of particles at the smallest scale. The quantum physics, with its uncertainty in the principle and the wave function, has begun to rewrite the script by applying this quantum correction to cosmological equation. The researchers have found that the lifeline of universal decay, and whether through heat, death, vacuum collapse, or a big rip, may be dramatically shortened. Now, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine our reach of the channel. So, moving forward. So, one recalculation actually focus on quantum vacuum, the seeing energy field that underpin the reality. While once thought to be stable, new models suggest that it may harbor the instabilities that could trigger a catastrophic phase transition. Now imagine space-time itself suddenly reconfiguring like ice melting into the water, but on the cosmic scale, such an event would actually ripple outward and at the speed of light, rewriting the law of physics and its spread. The unsettling implication is that the universe apparent calm may mask a tricking quantum clock. So another line of inquiry actually examined dark energy, the mysterious force driving cosmic expansion. Quantum actually refinement is actually its behavioral hint, and that definitely gives few clues of expansion may accelerate to the destructive extremes. So galaxies, stars, planets, even the atom could eventually be torn apart in a big rip. What was once projected trillions of years into future now appears closer, and perhaps within a fraction of that time scale. So the recalculation do not pinpoint on an exact date, but they shift the horizon from comfortably abstract to hauntingly convincible. So, for humanities, these findings are both humbling and inspiring. On one hand, they remind us that our fragility, suspended into universe, and whose rules are still being deciphered. On the other hand, they underscore the power of science to illuminate mysteries and once thought unknowable. Now, when we talk about quantum physics with its paradox and probabilities, it is not merely a tool for particle accelerator. It is a key to understand the existence itself. So, philosophically, the shortened timeline actually forces us to confront the questions of this meaning. And if the universe is finite and its end nearer than expected, what does that imply for human behavior, human hard work, and human endurance? Some argue that it heightens the urgency of exploration and compelling us to seek new worlds and new knowledge while the time remains. The other see is as a call to cherish the present and to recognize the fleeting beauty of existence, and against the backdrop of cosmic impairments or kind of deletion of the existence. Now, in the end, the recalculation do not spell actually say, or it doesn't give a kind of an impression of doom. So much so, they also expand the perspectives in all the scenarios. The universe may be more fragile, more dynamic, and more unpredictable, but we imagine, that's what we imagine, and yet within that uncertainty lies wonder. So you will also agree in this concept. To live at the moment with the quantum physics reshapes our understanding of cosmos and is to stand at the edge of revelation. And the stars above are not merely distinct light, they are the markers of stories whose ending may be closer but earlier as we thought, but these meaning is also ours to write and rewrite our future ahead. So the cosmos whisper of sobering truth, and the and may be actually distinct abstraction, but the horizon inches closer with each quantum click and each quantum tick which is happening. Yet within this fragile countdown lies a greatest gift, the chance to marvel, to discover, and to create meaning in the fleeting brilliance of existence. The universe may be finite, but wonder is infinite, and so is a human spirit to explore more, and it is our to carry until the very last of star fades. That's what the exploration, the zeal of living ahead, or finding more finite and or infinite brilliances and in life and in cosmos ahead. So we have come to the end of this video, and thanks for watching. We look forward for your comments on this topic, and please like and subscribe our channel. We'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, सोचिए अगर जीवन के लिए कार्बन जरूरी ना हो, अगर जीव विकास ज्वालामुखी के जलते हुए कांच पर ही फूले फले। साल 2026 में जीवन की परिभाषाएं बदल रही हैं। हम धरती के तपते हुए गर्भ में उतर रहे हैं, जहां जीव पारदर्शी कांच से सीधे खनिज पोषण निकालते हैं। ग्रह की कठोर और निर्जन परतों में हमें क्रिस्टल जैसे जीव मिले हैं, जो वहां सांस लेते हैं, जहां किसी का जीवित रहना असंभव माना जाता है। चलिए इसके बारे में और जानते हैं। समुद्र की गहराई में, जहां सूरज की रोशनी कभी नहीं पहुंचती और दबाव ज्यादातर लाइफ को क्रश कर देता है, वहां प्रकृति ने एक ऐसी तकनीक बनाई है जो लगभग एलियन लगती है। वॉल्केनिक की दरारों से निकला लावा जब समुद्र में गिरता है तो तुरंत ठंडा होकर काले कांच जैसा बन जाता है। सदियों में गर्म पानी के झरने और धाराओं ने इस कांच में हॉलो ट्यूब्स बना दिए हैं, जो कि नाजुक हैं। क्रिस्टल जैसी सुरंगों जो जीवन के लिए आश्रय बन गई हैं, अब जाके ये पता चला है। ये ट्यूब सिर्फ जूलॉजिकल क्यूरियोसिटी नहीं है, बल्कि जीवित प्रयोगशालाएं हैं, जहां जीव ऐसे तरीकों से फलते फूलते हैं जो हमारी जीव विज्ञान की समझ को चुनौती देता है और इस जीव विज्ञान से परे है जो आजकल हम पढ़ते हैं या सुनते हैं।
इन कांच की सुरंगों में माइक्रोब्स और कठोर परिस्थितियों में जीने वाले जीव रहते हैं। वे सूरज की रोशनी पर नहीं बल्कि रासायनिक ऊर्जा पर निर्भर हैं, जैसे कि सल्फर है, लोहे है, मीथेन है। और ये हमें गुप्त तकनीक जैसा लगता है। जीवन का ऐसा तरीका जो पुराने नियमों को बदल देता है, जहां प्रकाश संश्लेषण नहीं है बल्कि रासायनिक प्रक्रिया होता है, जिसमें जहरीले खनिज भोजन बन जाते हैं और इनके शरीर इतने मजबूत हैं कि उबलते तापमान और इंसानी फेफड़ों को तुरंत क्रश कर देने वाली दबाव को भी सह लेते हैं। मानव विज्ञान ने इन ज्वालामुखी कक्षा में एक गुप्त नक्शा छुपा के रखा था, जो हमें धरती के बाहरी जीवन की संभावना की ओर इशारा करता है, जैसे कि इनर लाइफ किसी और ग्रह पर। सो फ्रेंड्स, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमसे जुड़े हैं। इससे हमें समझने में मदद मिलती है कि हमारा यह चैनल कितनी दूर तक पहुंच रहा है। अब आइए अपनी चर्चा आगे बढ़ाते हैं। इन जीवों का रूप अद्भुत है। धागे जैसे बैक्टीरिया कांच की दीवारों पर चांदी जैसे चमकदार परत बुनते हैं। छोटे कीड़े सुरंगों में घुसते हैं। इनके शरीर हल्की रोशनी भी छोड़ते हैं, क्योंकि इनके भीतर सूक्ष्म जीव रहते हैं। कुछ सफेद और अंधे झींगे इस रास्ते में दौड़ते हैं और माइक्रोब्स को खाते हैं। हर प्रजाति हमें याद दिलाती है कि जीवन सिर्फ अनुकूलन नहीं होता, ये नए रास्ते इजाद करता है। और ये वॉल्केनिक कांच की ट्यूब्स एक साथ नाजुक भी हैं और शाश्वत भी। इनका झटका इन्हें तोड़ सकता है, एक छोटा सा झटका तोड़ सकता है, फिर भी ये हजारों सालों से जीवों को सुरक्षित रखे हुए हैं। वैज्ञानिक इन्हें देखकर कहते हैं कि ये किसी दूसरे ग्रह की जैव व्यवस्था जैसी लगती है, यानी कि बायोलॉजिकल जो जीवन है ऐसा लगता है। शायद यही जीव हमें बता सकते हैं कि मंगल, यूरोपा और एनसेलेडस जैसे ग्रहों पर जीवन कैसा हो सकता है। इन गुप्त आश्रयों की कविता उनकी छुपी हुई दुनिया में है। वे अंधेरे में है, लेकिन गहरे समुद्र के यंत्रों से ही पहुंचा जा सकता है। इनके बारे में देखा जा सकता है। फिर भी वहां जीवन चुपचाप फल फूल रहा है। और ये हमें याद दिलाता है कि धरती अब भी इन रहस्यों से भरी हुई है, इनसे घिरी हुई है। ये जीव हमें सिखाते हैं कि जीवन हमेशा हमारी उम्मीदों के हिसाब से नहीं है और नहीं चलता है। ये हमें दिखाते हैं कि नाजुक और मजबूती एक साथ रह सकते हैं और सुंदरता वीरान जगहों में भी जन्म ले सकती है। और ये विषय प्रकृति की गुप्त तकनीक, ज्वालामुखी कांच की जो ट्यूब्स हैं उसमें रहने वाले जीव सिर्फ अजीब जीवों की कहानी नहीं है, बल्कि ये जीवन की हिम्मत की और उनकी सीमाओं को तोड़ने की क्षमता की कहानी है। ये जो ट्यूब्स हैं धरती की दृढ़ता का प्रमाण है और शायद धरती के बाहर जीवन की संभावना भी है। तो इस विषय पर अब हम अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपया करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और विषय में अगर आपकी कुछ राय है या कुछ इस पर कमेंट करके कुछ जोड़ना चाहते हैं विषय पर, तो यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम। हम आपके जो कमेंट्स हैं उनका इंतजार करेंगे। आपसे फिर बहुत ही जल्दी मिलेंगे, तब तक के लिए दीजिए विदा। टेक केयर, बाय।
Hello friends. In today's hyper-connected yet fragmented business world, a CEO's greatest asset isn't just data, it is the universal awareness. In this video, we explore the profound leadership lesson hidden within Bhagavad Gita and how its wisdom can transform a busy executive into an omnipresent executive. Let's go and discuss this further. In the world of business, we are taught that results are everything. Quarterly earning, market share, profits, these are the metrics of our worth. We spend our life chasing the fruits, but there is a ceiling to that kind of leadership. Eventually, the chase leads to burnout, short-sightedness, and a strong sense of emptiness. 5,000 or 7,000 years ago, on a different kind of a battlefield, Bhagwan Krishna gave Arjun a piece of advice that is arguably the most sophisticated management strategy ever recorded. Today we are looking at chapter 8, verse 28. It is the secret to why the most iconic CEOs don't actually chase results, they transcend them. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further and let's examine the verse. And the quote starts, "A yogi who performs devotional service transcends the fruit of Vedic study, austerities, sacrifices, charities, and pieties. He attains my supreme eternal abode." And the quote close. Let us translate that into an executive speak. In the ancient context, the Vedic study and the austerities were the standard best practice for success. In today's term, these are your MBAs, your 80 hours work week, your strategic philanthropy, and the corporate social responsibility. Krishna isn't saying these things are bad. He's saying these are, intermediate goals. A yogi CEO doesn't just do the work to get the result. They perform the devotional service. In business, we call this purpose-driven leadership. Why does Bhagwan Krishna tells us to transcend the fruits? Because when a CEO is obsessed with the fruit, which is in other terms is profit, or the exit strategy, three things can happen. First, risk aversion. You become afraid to innovate because you might lose the immediate prize. Second, short-termism. You sacrifice the health of the company in your 5-year bonus and year on year. So basically you're now waiting for 5 years and then on every year you're basically ignoring the company's health. Third, anxiety. Your peace of mind is at a mercy of the market. So when the verse talks about transcending the fruits, it's about decoupling your identity from the outcome. When you stop chasing the result, you gain the clarity to see the move that actually wins the game. And the verse mentions about devotional service. For a CEO, this doesn't mean you have to be in a temple. It means your work is an offering to a higher mission. Think of the Yuan Koinard at Patagonia or Satya Nadella's shift at Microsoft. They shifted from beating the competition to a higher purpose. When you lead with a devotion to a mission, whether it's solving a climate crisis or empowering every person on the planet, the fruit, which is the profit and the piety, come as the natural byproduct. By aiming for the supreme abode, which we can interpret as the ultimate vision or your legacy, you automatically satisfy all the smaller matrices of success. The verse concludes and the quote starts, "He attains my supreme eternal abode," quote close. For a leader, the supreme abode is the state of equanimity. It is the ability to lead from a place of inner stillness. While the other CEOs are panicking over a bad quarter, the yogi CEO remains fixed on the eternal vision. This isn't just the spiritual fluff, it is the competitive advantage. A leader who cannot be shaken by the fruits, is the most dangerous competitor in the room because they are playing an infinite game while everyone else is playing a finite one. So, here is the challenge for the modern executive. Look at your sacrifices and your charity and your studies. Are you doing them just for the fruits? Well, I think that's a question that you can send it across to us if you want to share. Chapter 8, verse 28 invites you to level up, stop chasing the quarterly numbers, quarterly earnings, start performing your leadership as a service to a higher purpose. When you transcend the result, you don't lose them, you master them. The best CEO don't just build companies, they attain a legacy that lasts. They reach their supreme abode. So friends, are you ready to stop chasing this, start chasing the result and start transcending? Do let me know. Thanks for watching, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Sun is not silent. It speaks in the burst of invisible thunder. For centuries, we have seen its flare and storm, but Parker Solar Probe has now tuned our ears to a deeper frequency. Hidden within the blazing corona, magnetic switchbacks snaps like a cosmic whisper, unleashing radio waves that ripple across the solar system. And these bursts are more than a whisper of plasma. They are sun's coded signals carrying secrets of its magnetic heart and warning of storm yet to come. In this revelation, Parker has transformed our star from blazing sphere into a storyteller. Its switchbacks composing a hidden symphony of light and sound. Let's find out more about this. The sun, our nearest star, has always been a restless giant. Its surface boiling with plasma, its atmosphere alive with storms. For centuries, astronauts have watched solar flares and coronal mass ejection ripple outward, sometimes striking Earth with a magnetic tempest. Yet beneath its familiar drama lies subtle mysteries, whisper of radio waves, flickers of magnet turbulence, and that only the most daring spacecraft can unveil. The Parker Solar Probe, humanity's closest emissary to the sun, has now peeled back another layer of its enigma, revealing hidden magnetic switchbacks that gives rise to solar radio burst. So radio bursts are sudden and outpouring of electromagnetic energies and streaming across space like invisible thunderclap. They are often triggered when the charged particle accelerate along the magnetic field lines, releasing energy in the form of radio waves. For decades, scientists knew these bursts existed, but their precise origin remained elusive. Were they born in the corona tangled loop? Did they emerge from the shock wave racing through the solar wind? But now Parker Solar Probe diving deep and close to the sun's surface has provided the most intimate clues yet. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine reach of our channel. So going forward, as the probe skimmed through the solar atmosphere, its instruments detected abrupt revelation, abrupt uprising the magnetic field. Switchbacks like a king in the garden hose. These switchbacks are not gentle bend, but actually sharp zigzags, flipping the direction of the magnetic field from a brief for a brief moment before snapping back. Each switchback carries plasma along with it, accelerating particles and steering the turbulence. The new data suggests that these magnetic switchbacks are fertile ground for radio burst, miniature accelerator that hurl electrons into spiral, producing the radio signal that astronomers detect across the solar system. So these insight reshapes our understanding and space weather. Now going forward, the discovery is definitely profound. It's linked with the two previously disconnected phenomena. On one hand, switchbacks were known as the oddities in the solar wind, puzzling features that hint at the chaotic dynamics near the sun. And on the other hand, radio bursts were catalogued as a distinct emissions useful for diagnosing the solar storm, but poorly understood in origin. The Parker finding weave them together, and the switchbacks are now not mere curiosities, but engine of radio emission, shaping the very soundtrack of sun's activity. So radio bursts are not just academic curiosity, as we have already mentioned. They are interface or with the communication, navigation system, even the spacecraft operations. By tracing them back to the magnetic switchbacks, scientists gain predictive power. If switchbacks can be mapped and modeled, then the radio burst and the storm they create can be anticipated with a greater accuracy. So in essence, Parker has given us a new diagnostic tool, a way to listen to the sun's magnetic heartbeat and foresee its disruptive pulse. The implication extend beyond Earth. Radio bursts ripple through the heliosphere and the vast bubble of solar influence that envelops the planet. They may play a role for accelerating cosmic rays, shaping a planetary magneto atmosphere, and even the influencing the chemistry of atmosphere. So for Mars, with its magnetic shield, such burst could be particularly consequential and steering its upper atmosphere and affecting its future. Human explorer, and that is a good info data for the human explorer and the astronauts. For distinct spacecraft, understanding radio burst is vital for shielding electronics and maintaining communication link. And this is also a poetic dimension to its discovery. The sun, often imagined as a blazing sphere of light, now reveals itself as a symphony of invisible signals. Its magnetic field twists and snaps like violin strings, producing radio notes that echo across the space. So Parker's solar probe, actually braving the furnace of Corona, has become our ear pressing against the star, catching whispers that were once lost in the cosmic din. Each switchback is a stanza, each burst is a refrain, and composing a hidden music of the sun. So looking ahead, scientists will combine Parker's data with observation from other missions such as the Solar Orbiter to build a full picture. Together, these spacecraft will actually triangulate the origin of burst and map the geometry of the switchbacks and refine model of solar wind. So the ultimate goal is not to understand the sun, but to live safely within its influence. As humanity ventures deeper into space, towards the moon, Mars, and beyond, predicting solar radio burst will be essential as a forecasting storms on the earth. So in a grand narrative of exploration, Parker's discovery is reminder that even the familiar star hold secrets. The sun, which has actually shining upon the earth for billions of years, is still teaching us how its magnetic heart beats. And hidden switchbacks, once invisible, now stands revealed as an architect of radio storm. And with each revelation, we drew closer to mastering the cosmic weather that shapes our destiny among the stars. So in the end, Parker's solar probe has shown us that the sun is not just a blazing sphere of light, but a restless storyteller weaving its tale through the magnetic switchbacks and radio burst. Each hidden kink in this field is a spark of revelation. Each burst a message carried across the solar system. By decoding these signals, we are not only learning to predict the storm that shapes our cosmic environment, but also hearing for the first time the sun's secret voice. The discovery reminds us that even the most familiar star still holds mysteries of waiting to be unveiled, and with every orbit, the Parker brings us closer to understanding the rhythm of our star's eternal symphony. So, for today, we have come to the end. Magnetic strings and cosmic echoes. That's what is very amazing and very kind of good to really know more about it. So thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, are you leading with clarity or are you reactive to the market chaos? In this video, we break down one of the most powerful management philosophies ever written, and that is Bhagavad Gita, mentioned in chapter 2 very clearly in verse 15. While the modern business culture often celebrates the hustle, the ancient wisdom teaches that the truly elite leader possesses something far more rare, which is equanimity. If you are a CEO or a business leader, learning to navigate the dualities of business, joy and sorrow, profit and loss, success and failure is the ultimate differentiator between the short-term firefighting and long-term eternal business impact. Let's go and discuss this further. As a leader, we are often told that the secret to success is being in control. We track the KPIs, we manage the market volatility, and we try to predict the next disruption. We play the role of master of our own universe. But let's be honest, friends. How often do you feel like you're actually in control? In the high stake world of business, we are constantly buffeted by dualities. The joy of record breaking quarter followed immediately by the sorrow of a failed product launch, the elation of a new partnership followed by a sting of a loss of a very highly key team member. If your mental state is tied to these external fluctuations, you aren't leading, you are actually reacting. Today, I want to share a 7,000-year-old secret from Bhagavad Gita that flips this entire paradigm on its head. It is a secret to not just surviving the chaos, but mastering it. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 15. The verse says, and the quote starts, to whom joy and sorrow are one and the same, he becomes qualified for eternal life. And the quote close. Now, for a CEO, eternal life might sound like a theological concept, but let's translate that into business terms. In a competitive market, eternal means sustainable. It means a business that doesn't collapse under pressure. When the verse talks about joy and sorrow being the same, that means part of the same coin. It isn't telling you to become a robot. It is teaching you equanimity. Imagine a balance scale like the one that you see everyday life in your real life. If your joy is too high, you get complacent. If your sorrow is too deep, you get paralyzed. The goal of the elite leader is to find this center point. It is the ability to look at the massive gain and massive losses and recognize them both as a transient data point. When you achieve that, you stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the architect of your strategy. Think of this as a Jedi master, Jedi mindset of the boardroom. In the image, you know, you can imagine that you are building a lightsaber. Why? Because as a Jedi master, Jedi strength doesn't come from aggression, it comes from disciplined mind. How do we apply this in real company, in real life situation? First, detach from the outcome. You have to care deeply about the effort, the mission, the product, the team, but you must be detached from the temporary score of the market. Next, 24-hour rule. When something great happens, you don't get high. When something disastrous happens, you don't get too low. Take 24 hours to let the initial emotional spike settle before making a any decision, any kind of decisions, right? So you actually follow a 24-hour rule. And because you're talking we are talking about the strategic decisions. Third, lead the culture. Lead the culture. Very, very important. Your team watches your energy. If you are frantic, they are frantic also. If you are steady, if you treat joy and sorrow with the same calm authority, you create a culture of resilience. You become the best of the men or the best of the leaders. That is a verse that refers to, right? By practicing equanimity, you gain a massive competitive advantage, which is clarity. When you aren't blind by the joy of a winner or the sorrow of a loss, you see the market exactly as it is. You make better calls. You refrain from making mistakes. You retain better talent. You build a legacy that lasts because it is built on foundation of internal stability, not external luck. The secret isn't a new software tool or a disruptive growth hack. The secret is the unshakable leader. And therefore, before I wind up, I like to challenge you this week is in your next board meeting or crisis, kindly pause, recognize the duality, step back into that center point, lead from a place of calm, not as a from a place of reaction. This is your challenge for today. Friends, if you found this perspective helpful, hit the subscribe button for more deep dives and how can we marry the ancient wisdom for the modern C-suite. And you must lead with purpose, lead with equanimity. So friends, thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. See you very soon in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम अपना जो दिन है उसकी शुरुआत करते हैं भगवान की पूजा करके। तो आज है बुधवार और आज तो गणेश जी की स्तुति बनता है, क्योंकि हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश जी की पूजा करके, क्योंकि आज का दिन उनको समर्पित है। तो बहुत ही सिंपल सा एक मंत्र हम 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे। और आप तो जानते हैं कि हर रोज की तरह हम अपनी पूजा शुरू करते हैं, और जो मंत्र है 11 दफा हमें थोड़ा सा सहायता मिले तो हम इस काउंटर को यूज करते हैं। और इसमें ये बड़े आराम से हमें इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं स्क्रीन के ऊपर, पता चल जाता है कि हमारे कितने दफा हो गया है। तो आप कोई भी तरीका यूज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि हमारे साथ जुड़ें और हमारे साथ इस मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा करें। इससे भगवान गणेश काफी खुश होते हैं। तो चलिए जी, हाथ जोड़ के हम नमन करते हैं और 11 दफा भगवान जी को याद करते हैं। ओम गण गण गणपते नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे 11 दफा जो स्तुति थी वो पूरी हो गई भगवान गणेश की। अब हम अपना दिन स्टार्ट करेंगे आराम से। भगवान की हमने पूजा कर ली है, तो चलिए अभी आपसे विदा लेता हूँ, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा। Hello friends and namaskar. Something very serious is happening in the automotive industry, more specifically with Honda. I'm sure all of us are Honda fan. Even if you're not Honda fan, then this information is still worthy for you to know. In a historic and shocking financial update, Honda Motors Corporation has just posted its first annual loss in nearly 70 years, reporting a staggering $9 billion deficit. which is equal to about 1.45 trillion yen in a EV related charges. In this video, we dive deep into the collapse of Honda's aggressive EV only strategy and its sudden massive pivot back to hybrid technologies. Let us go and discuss this further. For nearly 70 years, Honda has been the gold standard of reliability. Since they first listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange in the year 1957, they have survived oil crises, global recessions, and shifting consumer tastes without ever posting an annual net loss until now. On May 14th, 2026, the unthinkable happened. Honda Motors Company reported a staggering $9 billion loss tied to its aggressive push into electric vehicles. To put that in perspective, that is not just a bad year, that was a historic industry shaking reversal. Just 3 years ago, Honda was the poster child for all in EV movement. They pledged to stop selling gas cars entirely by 2040. They partnered with tech giants like Sony. They committed billions to massive battery plants in Ohio and Ontario. But today, those plans are in tatters. Projects are being cancelled. CEOs are taking pay cuts, and the EV surge that was supposed to carry Honda into the future has instead driven them into a $9 billion wall. Is this the end of Honda as we know it, or is it a master stroke of survival once again? So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further with our analysis. Today we are breaking down exactly what went wrong and the hybrid lifeline Honda is desperately grabbing to save itself. Let's look at the numbers because they are brutal. Honda operating loss for the fiscal year ending March 2026 was approximately 414 billion yen. For those of you following markets, that's a massive swing from 1.2 trillion yen profit they saw just a year earlier. Where does the money go? It wasn't because the people stopped buying Hondas. In fact, if you strip away the EV investment, their core business and motorcycles and the traditional engines was actually profitable. The $9 billion loss comes from the restructuring charges. And therefore, there are several things that Honda is forced to do. First is write-off. Honda spent billions of building molds, designing software-defined platforms, and setting up the production line for their new 0 Series EV. Number 2 is the cancellation. When they realized that the demand wasn't there, they had to walk away. They cancelled Honda 0 SUV and the Acura RSX EV. Third is the supply chain. Because they had already made deals with supplier, they now owe billions in compensation for parts they no longer want. And this is what the analysts call a software-defined reality check. Honda tried to build a smartphone on wheels to compete with Teslas and Chinese brand like BYD, but they found they couldn't do it profitably. You might be asking why now? Why not 2 years ago? The answer lies in the perfect storm of politics and consumer behavior. In September 2025, the US landscape shifted dramatically. The second administration of President Donald Trump moved quickly to scrap EV tax credit. Suddenly, that $7,500 incentive that made an electric Honda look affordable was gone. At the same time, new tariffs on the imported part made building EV even more expensive. Honda's leadership admitted they misread the room. They expected the US market to stay EV hungry forever. Instead, consumer did something unexpected. They started buying hybrids in record numbers. Even more painful was the situation in China. Honda's official report was refreshingly honest and a bit sad. They admitted they were unable to deliver products that offer value for money better than newer EV manufacturers. In short, they were being out-engineered and outpriced in the world's biggest EV market. The most visible sign of this retreat is in North America. For years, Honda had been touting its Zero Series, the lineup that would define the brand for the 21st century. As of today, 15 billion EVs value chain project in Ontario, Canada has been put on indefinite hold. This wasn't just a factory, it was supposed to be an entire ecosystem from battery materials to assembly. Then there is Sony Honda partnership as well. Remember the Afila? It was a high-tech EV collaboration that was going to use Sony's entertainment system. That project has also hit a massive roadblock, with development and sales effectively halted. To show this severity, Honda's board members are forfeiting their bonuses, and the senior executives are taking 25% to 30% pay cuts. This is a company in survival mode. So, what is the plan now? Honda isn't going out of business. They are, performing a massive tactical retreat to higher ground. The ultra efficient hybrid. Instead of 100% EV by 2040, Honda has pivoted. They are now launching 15 new hybrid models globally by 2029. They are focusing on what America and the Indian buyers actually want: large D-segment SUVs and mid-sized sedans that don't need a charging station. They are even retooling their EV battery plants to make smaller, cheaper hybrid batteries instead. What is the goal? The goal to return to the record high profit of 8.9 billion by fiscal year 2029. They are also leaning on their unsung heroes, the motorcycle division. While the car side was bleeding money, Honda's motorcycles, especially in India and Vietnam, are seeing massive growth. In many ways, the humble two-wheeler is subsidizing the survival of the four-wheeler division. So back to our original question. Now, is this the end of Honda? Well, if you mean the end of Honda as an EV only visionary, then definitely yes. That dream is over for now. They have scrapped the targets, cancelled their projects, and paid 9 billion, sort of tuition fee to learn a hard lesson about the market reality. But as a car company, they might be their most important moment since 1957. By admitting they were wrong, by being the decisive CEO, and Honda is trying to reclaim its clarity among the total disruption. They are betting that the future isn't the surge of electric cars but steady hybrid middle path. So friends, what do you think about this move? Is Honda being smart by retreating, or are they falling behind for good? Let me know in the comments below. Let me know what you feel. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. I am CK. Thanks for watching Akulmach World. I will catch you again in the next one. But before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's biggest challenge? In order to answer this question, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to explore why the state of Samadhi is becoming the ultimate North Star for the 21st century executive. In the area of market volatility and constant burnout, a leader's greatest asset isn't their strategy, it is their equanimity. We break down the Sanskrit wisdom of Yajna, Kam, and Kushalam through the lens of verse 6.23, which teaches us the true mastery is a state where no external crisis can perturb your inner peace.
In the modern corporate world, we have a name for the principle of success. We call it making it. We envision the corner office, the global influence, the high stake decisions, etc. But if you ask a CEO today what their reality actually looks like, they won't talk about victory. They will talk about volatility. They will talk about the 3 a.m. anxiety, the black swan event, the crushing weight of responsibility for thousands of employees, and the constant noise of 24/7 market. Most leaders are living in a state of high functioning panic. But if I told you that 7,000 years ago on a battlefield far removed from the glass skyscrapers, a solution was written for exactly this kind of pressure. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 23. We are going to explore why Samadhi, a term often reserved for monks in caves, is actually the most practical, competitive and essential goal for the modern executive. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's continue. Let's look at the text, verse 23 of chapter 6, and it says, quote starts, "Let it be known that the state of the severance from the union with the misery is called yoga. This yoga must be practiced with determination and an unprecedented mind." Now let's unpack this first phrase, the severance from the union with misery. As a CEO, you often united with the outcome of your company. If the stock drops, you are miserable. If a competitor launches a better product, you are miserable again. Verse 23 suggests a state of yoga which we call samadhi, where that cord is cut. It isn't that the problem go away. It is that your union with the pain of those problems is severed. This is the state where the leader knows there is nothing greater left to achieve. It is about retirement. It's about reaching a level of internal mastery that makes external chaos irrelevant. The verse continues to explain that in this state, the practitioner is not perturbed by anything come what may. Think about the last crisis you faced. Did you react or did you respond? Well, reaction is emotional. It is driven by the fear of loss. Response is intellectual. It is driven by the samadhi, by clarity. For a CEO, being unperturbed is a superpower. Imagine a boardroom where everyone is losing their head because of the quarterly mess. The leader who has mastered Gita 6.23 sit in the center of the storm. They aren't cold or indifferent. They are simply not shaken. Because they have attained an internal samadhi, their decision making remains clinical, creative, and objective. While others are blinded by the misery, the samadhi led executive sees the path forward. This is the difference between a leader who survives and leader who resigns. Now the Gita is very, very practical. It doesn't say the state happens by accident. It says the state is achieved only by practicing yoga with determination and optimism. So there are several Sanskrit words related to determinism, and the mind does not become despondent. So we will move on. We will not try and read those Sanskrit words in this verse. For an executive, determination means the discipline of the routine. It's the daily meditation, the deep work, the refusal to let the inbox dictate your soul, etc. What is optimism? Optimism is even more critical. In business, things go wrong. Projects fail. Partnerships soars. If your mind becomes despondent, if you lose your optimism, your leadership dies. The Gita tells us that samadhi isn't a gift for the lucky one. It's a result of the disciplined mind. It's a practice. You have to train your brain to return to center every single day, just as you would train your body in the gym. Now let's talk about the bottom line. Where should a CEO care about the ancient Sanskrit verses? First is cognitive longevity. Stress kills creativity and samadhi preserves it. Next, talent retention. People follow unperturbed leaders, they don't follow the panicked ones. Third, risk management. When you are free from misery, you don't make desperate, high risk gambles to save your ego. You make calculated moves to grow the vision. In the past, we thought the goal of an executive was more market, more share, more revenue, more accolades. But the Gita suggests that the new executive goal is actually enough. When you reach a state where you know there is nothing greater left to achieve, internally you paradoxically become more effective at achieving things externally. You are no longer hungry and desperate. You are focused and formidable. So as we close this lesson from chapter 6 verse 23, I leave you with a challenge. Look at your calendar for the next week. How much of it is dedicated to the union with misery, the firefighting, the stressing and reacting, and how much is dedicated to severance, the practice of finding your center. The corner office was never meant to be a cage of anxiety. It was meant to be a seat of wisdom. Practice with determination, lead with optimism, and find the state of samadhi where, come what may, you remain the master of your own soul. Thanks for listening, friends. If you have any question or any suggestions, kindly send us a message in the message section below. Before I close this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, a very big question that we want to address today is, are we alone or are we just being watched? For decades, we have scanned the stars for signals, but new speculation from SETI and leading astrophysicists suggest a chilling possibility. It is already too late to hide. While we search for them, humanity has spent the last century broadcasting our presence to the cosmos. In this video, we dive deep into the great silence and why the latest breakthrough in technosignatures and planetary direction suggests that any advanced civilizations within 100 light years likely to already know Earth is a home to an industrial civilization. Let us explore this further.
For over 60 years, humanity has been staring into the abyss of space and asking one simple question: where is everybody? We call it Fermi paradox. The universe is ancient, it is vast, and according to everything we know about biology and physics, it would be crawling with life. Yet, when we point our telescopes at the stars, we get nothing but cold, dead silence. We have assumed that if they were out there, we would have found them by now. We have treated the search for the extraterrestrial intelligence, which is SETI, like a game of cosmic hide and seek, where we are the ones doing the seeking. But in 2026, the conversation has shifted. Leading scientists and researchers are now proposing as much more unsettling reality. The silence isn't because they aren't there, and it isn't because they haven't found us. It's because they likely discovered Earth a long, long time ago. While we have been whispering into the dark, wondering if we are alone, we have actually been shouting our presence to the galaxy for over a century. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Today we are breaking down the new SETI speculation. We are looking at why it is officially too late to hide, how our own atmosphere is betraying us, and startling new research that suggests alien signals might be hiding in plain sight right in our own data. To understand why we are already visible, we have to look at what we call the techno signature. Since the early 20th century, Earth has been surrounded by an over-expanding bubble of radio waves. This radio bubble is now over 200 light years wide. Inside the bubble are thousands of star systems. If there is a civilization within 100 light years of us with even slightly better technology than ours, they don't need us to send them a hello message. They have already heard our earlier radio broadcasts, our television signals, and most importantly, our high frequency military radars. But it is not just radio. In the last year, researchers have found while exploring the exoplanet, because exoplanets search has reached a fevering pitch right now. We have been using the James Webb Space Telescope to look at the atmospheres of distant worlds, searching for methane, oxygen, carbon dioxide, the building block of life. Now the flip side of this perspective is, if an alien astronomer 50 light years away pointed a telescope similar to JWST or something much more advanced at Earth, what would they see? They wouldn't see the Great Wall of China or our cities. They would see our atmospheric fingerprint. They would see a planet with an atmosphere is in chemical disequilibrium. They would see an abundance of oxygen and nitrogen that shouldn't be there unless life was producing it. And since the Industrial Revolution, they would see technological pollutant, things like CFC and nitrogen dioxide, etc. To a distant observer, Earth isn't just a rock. It's glowing neon sign that says industrial civilization inside here. Alright. So if we are so visible, then why haven't we heard anything back? This brings us to the groundbreaking study published in early 2026 by astronomer like Ben Zuckerman at the UCLA. For decades, SETI has focused on narrowband signals, very specific thin frequency that don't occur in nature. The logic was, if we see a needle thin spike on a radiograph, it must be artificial. But the new broadband SETI approach suggests that we have been looking for the wrong thing. Zuckerman and others argue that the advanced civilizations wouldn't waste energy sending weak, narrow signals across the void. They would use directed energy beams, powerful broadband bursts that are much easier to detect across the interstellar distances. And here is a kicker. These signals might already be sitting in our archives. We have been scanning the sky for a century for other purpose and other navigation, mapping the stars, studying black holes. This new speculation suggests that the evidence of aliens isn't waiting to be discovered in the future. It is likely hiding in plain sight. Within the petabytes of data we have already collected, we just haven't looked at the data with the right algorithm yet. Think of it like this. We have been looking for specific person's voice in a crowded stadium when we should have been looking for the flashlight they were waving. There is another reason for this silence, and it was highlighted in March 2026. Report from SETI Institute. Dr. Vishal Gajar and his team recently discovered a major complication in how we hear the cosmos. It turns out that the space isn't an empty vacuum. It is filled with turbulent plasma and stellar winds. When a signal travels from distant star system to Earth, it has to pass through the space weather of that alien sun. This plasma can smear or broaden a signal. A perfect, clear, narrow broadcast from an alien planet might arrive at Earth looking like a fuzzy, distorted static. The SETI Institute realized that our current search tools are designed to filter out that kind of noise. We have been looking for perfect signal, but the universe is quite messy. This means we could have received a message yesterday, but our computers threw it in the trash because it looked like too much like a natural interference. We are literally turning or tuning into a wrong station. And it is possible the galaxy is far noisier than we ever imagined. So if they were here and if these signals are likely reaching us, why hasn't there been a first contact event? This leads us to the zoo hypothesis. If a civilization is advanced enough to detect our atmospheric pollution from 40 light years away, they are likely centuries ahead of us, if not millennia. To them, we might be like a new species of ants discovered in a remote jungle. You don't walk up the anthill to introduce yourself, you observe it. You set up cameras, you stay hidden so you don't disrupt their natural development. But as our technology improves, as we launch the Nancy Grace Roman telescope and the Habitable World Observatory, we are becoming harder to ignore. We are starting to build our own cameras to look back at them. In April 2026, SETI Institute launched a Discover Future Lab. Their mission was to prepare humanity for the human dimensions of discovery. They aren't just asking how to find life anymore, they're asking what happens next. Because the consensus is changing, first contact might not be a signal we receive, but a realization we find in our own backyard. We used to think universe was a vast empty desert and we are lone campfire in the middle of the night, but the science of 2026 tells a different story. The desert is full of life and our campfire has been blazing signal fire over 100 years. Whether it is through leaked radio waves, chemical signatures in our cloud, or the broadband beams we haven't decoded yet, the great silence is starting to feel less like an absence of life and more like a waiting room. The question isn't, are we alone anymore? The question is, when they finally decide to answer, will we be ready to listen? So friends, thanks for watching this deep dive into the new frontier of SETI. If you want to keep track of this cosmic discoveries with me, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner.